Ms. Headkey.
This motion disenfranchises those that have been following non-travel.
Thank you, Ms. Headkey.
I think I have shown that I am 110% in favor of an in-person commission department. Why our ways to go is that. However, you are a delegate, you are a delegate, you are a delegate. It does not matter how your voice is in this room, you have the right to testify. So I'm going to oppose this motion, even though I want to vote in person commission and be field. But I'm going to oppose it.
Thank you. Let me get Mr. Bertram and Mr. Hoffman and his other hand up, Mr. Russo. Okay, let's go that way.
Before the motion, I think there's some great effort down here, almost on their basis, without interest. And I appreciate inclusion, but we're going to include everybody's time first, and then those, so that'll be inclusive.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, my first claimants that we are a committee that is looking for leadership of this party. And for us to get preference to those that are here and present is well and good. I vote against this motion, primarily because we are totally projecting our results. We're projecting that we want to hold on to this. And I think we need, as a committee, to be thinking about the future. And this is the future of our school. We all have kids and most of us do. We all know that they're out there every day, right? Mass conventions are not going away. And they're right. City purpose, I don't mind it, but it's not the kind of place. The people that are in attendance will most likely do perfectly anyway. Let's not
Thank you. And before I let Mr. Russo, let me just recognize that Mr. McDonald is here, so from SB6. Mr. Russo, you have the floor.
Support this motion, the fact that we are here in critical times. People are getting the rest of the sacrifice to be here today to get them out and home. And I think the fact that they are here shows the significance and importance of that. And it doesn't take away. It does not eliminate. What this motion does, it shows those who are prominent have that opportunity. And so I support this word tonight. And again, I hope it's technology. But this is about our people who are fighting on the lines here today. And as we said, it shows how important it is to those people who are here today. And it does not take where it goes. That's all. This is just saying that we're going to go
Thank you, Mr. Russo. Anyone on this side? Ms. Phelan, come to the back, please.
Jerry Hager, SC13. Okay. Where disenfranchised gets thrown around quite a bit. This is not a disenfranchisement issue. Okay? In 1950, most of you weren't alive in 1950, I was just barely here. But in 1950, the being in person was the only way we could assemble. Okay? Today, we have electronic methods. They are not superior and do not replace ever in-person events and assemblies. So I'm passionately in favor of protecting our constitutional right to assemble in person. I am willing to allow electronic testimony because of unusual circumstances, and we have the ability to do that. But I'm not in favor of saying, well, everybody that isn't here is being disenfranchised for some reason. No, 1950, you had a heart attack, couldn't come, you were disenfranchised. You just couldn't come. Okay, so.
Thank you. Looking around. Ms. Taylor.
Mr. Chairman, Kathy Havers at District 21. I will speak in favor of this motion. I'm thinking that when I was working at a state legislator's office, there's a difference between the people who make an appointment and come down to the Capitol and sit in the office with my state rep and talk to him about an issue from those people who sat in their J's at home and sent an email. There's a big difference of the weight that carries, not that it doesn't matter, it's still a constituent, but there's a big difference between coming and making the effort, like you said, becoming the person to show up, and the preference should always be for those who show up and those who take the more comfortable, easier route.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Looking around the room. Mr. McCarty, thank you.
I was speaking in favor of this as well. Probably a lot of arguments for it from a practical perspective. We've seen the difficulties that we've had with electronic keys. People that don't know how to use themselves, people that don't know how to log in. There potentially could be a lot of technological delays. And so, while there's people here in person, I would go ahead and let them speak and get their part done while we're making sure that we've got the electronic keys and any potential bugs worked out. Just another angle to look at.
Thank you, Mr. McCarty. Mr. Finch. Feeling the mic for Mr. Finch.
Maybe interesting to know. The reality is there is a time limit when we run out of it, and it's not a game over. And the reality is people who've made the sacrifice and commitment to come down here, I cannot imagine someone who's driven 4 or 5 hours, and because we've got 400 people online who won't make that sacrifice, that someone who did gets cut out because we just run out of time. And so I think it's appropriate that the people who make the sacrifice should certainly have the opportunity first. Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Kent? We can't do that in committees, unlimited. Mr. Hoffman. Hagler, Flynn, any? Handlin? How many people have made or testified? About how many people have testified in past years? You always have to cut it off what Mr. Flynn says. Mr. Wright nods his head yes. Ms. Hagler nods her head yes. Okay, so there's a limit, right? We're under constraints of 3 days. So, and 3:45 p.m. we have to report supplementals on Wednesday to the SRAC. So that's a time. That's got to be a time certain. All right. Got your question answered. Back to debate. I see Ms. Patrick maybe there. No. Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Barcroft. Okay, Ms. Hetke.
I'm going to ask you to commit. I absolutely agree with the fact that in-person testimony sacrifice.
This is an amendment to the amendment.
To have priorities to simply have separate times for public testimony, in person, electronic.
To have specific wording, I'm concerned it may not be germane. Let's state the point of order. Is it a string and insert within the bounds of the red text?
Shall have priority, must be eliminated, shall have priority. Say in-person testimony and electronic testimony should occur at their own time. That way we don't have a
I think the effective voting is down would get you back to that, so I believe I'm going to rule the motion out of order. So I'll let you take care of that if the amendment is disposed of either way. Okay? Back to the amendment. have it. Okay, so that becomes part of B. Ms. Headkey, you're recognized. Yeah, give us, let's get Maureen Ashley, so go ahead. And we'll get into the whole seat for a second.
I really want to avoid having delegates having priority over delegates. We can set up wording for a time for in-person testimony, a time for electronic testimony. You still have people rights to stuff going on. And that's what you're doing, and you're actually giving preferential treatment to a delegate. That's what this does.
Okay, so
I want to strike it out as priority.
well, that's done. That was just passed. So let me see if I can help you with some potential wording, see if this meets your request. I don't think I can get it all of it, but in-person testimony and electronic testimony shall occur at different times, something to that effect. Is that the intent of your motion? Mr. Warcraft, do you have a suggestion for that? Can someone, let's get some wording up if we're going to do this. Is there do you have wording? Mr.
They would suggest that we simply adjust the time for at that time to be in person and have to be electronic.
Give me a minute. If not, we'll move on.
From noon to 6 hours, 6 p.m. in person, noon to 6 p.m. in person, and 6:01 to 6:59 for electronic. What's the other times? Yeah, 5 hours.
Give us a few words at a time, please. And then I've got you on deck. Colonel Casillas, and then Mr. Everly, I think you. Okay, you're. Let's get the word, and then I'll get you, Mr. Casillas.
So you wanted in person to be from noon
After
until
time. Noon to 6:59, so noon to 5.
Let's get a day in there. I don't know what day we're talking.
well, I'm going to do the research for you.
Keep it. Is there going to be a second to that in intent?
And until 5:30 for online.
Do we need seconds?
In a committee this large, we need seconds. So, is there a second? Okay, so that's well, it was lack of a second. So, this Colonel Casillas.
Just a point of inquiry, a question for the chair. My concern is we're taking away discretion from the chair. We have a time limit of 1 p.m. and we delegate half the time to people who are not here. We're taking away the power of the chairman to perform his duties, our duty to have this done by 1 p.m.
If you all want it, I'll give it to you. But I thank you for honoring me with that deference. But yeah, if the committee wants to have that, I have no prior claim on that. I'm just one member of this body. Okay, where are we? So that amendment, after it failed for lack of a second, we are back to B. I'm just looking around. Big room. I'm going to have neck ache here. Okay, so we are ready to vote on 7 as amended. Any other things on 7? We're going to vote on 7 as amended, A, B, C, D. All those in...
For your clarification, that should be 8.
Oh, is it 8? Okay, yeah, I have the whole voting. It is 8. You're correct. The 8 will become 9. That second 8 will become a 9. Yeah, we'll fix it. Without objection, we will fix it so that people aren't totally confused. Okay, we are voting on the 8 as amended. All those in favor, raise hands. All those opposed, raise hands. Motion carries. We're on to the new 9. Which is the old 8.
I make a motion, I did send it to you, Ashley, my amendment to this number 9.
Okay, we're going to pull up Ms. Kent's amendment to 8. Did you already have a second on that, you think, or?
I do.
Okay, so
I
we'll,
sent it to your email, Ashley, I didn't send it to Google Docs.
Mr. Dunning, is it something germane to this, or? Yes, sir. We are at 1 o'clock. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Let me give it to the committee. We're on number 8. I don't want to rush you, but if you would like to finish the rules of procedure by lunch, that's one option. I'm just going to give it to you. So the question before you is to postpone the 1 o'clock recess pending a few minutes to see if we have progress on these rules of procedure. Without objection, we'll keep trudging ahead. We are already breaking our lunch breaks here, but that's... We have Ms. Kent's amendment in 1 second. Do you want to go ahead and speak to it while we're getting it up, just for time's sake?
Yes.
Sandy Kent, SD18. As I read this amendment, it confused me. So I tried to make it as clear as possible. Any amendment presented to the committee, not voted on prior to adjournment, shall be deemed not proposed by the committee. The other just had so many upside down, inside out, I couldn't understand it.
So it's a simplification? Okay. Have y'all seen it? Are y'all ready for it, or do you guys need a second to see it? Mr. Townsend? Well, Mr. Townsend, I guess I'd remind the committee that the procedures are only to the temporary. That's the header. If y'all want to make further clarifications, that's in your purview, but it is labeled up top. So someone can make an amendment if they want to do that. Are you moving that, Mr. Townsend? Okay. Thank you, and your point is well taken. So can we do that amendment without objection? I think he makes eminent sense there. Or if you're seconding the new 9 as proposed by Ms. Kent. Okay, so that's on the floor. Yeah, actually, yeah, I was just thinking that's not germane. Let's hang on to that for a sec. I guess we could do it without objection, but let's go in order. Mr. McDonald. Who is the mover, Ms. Kent?
It was just for clarification. Yeah, which is not voted to be proposed as an amendment to the rules by the committee. It's so many words with 3 with 2.
It seems to me, which is not voted to be proposed as an amendment to the rules by the committee prior to adjournment, with 3 words would clarify everything. I was just confused, and that was my amendment. Is there a reason not to change it that I'm missing?
I'll make an attempt to answer it. To me, the net effect is fewer words that say the same thing, perhaps. Okay, and I was just looking just real quick just to see how Rule 24 RPT General just talks about I hate to bring this up, kind of taboo against saying minority report, but I wanted to see how it phrases the voted on. Give me 1 second, please. Yeah, I don't have anything to clarify that. Who's calling? Ms. Kent?
Part of the reason why I sent this, Chris, is in the rules that we were given, not just the FRCs, but the supplemental proposed procedures, it talks about a timeline when you have to stop accepting any of those, and so we came in and gave that to the committee to be considered the rules. But it did not reach prior to adjournment, that gets them out. That was my thought.
So if someone turns in a piece of paper that's presented to the committee didn't have time to take it up, they didn't vote on it, then that's considered not to be proposed. So a piece of paper is a presentation, and a discussion, a motion on that piece of paper is a proposal, and then that proposal could, obviously pass or fail or get amended. Mr. McDonald, and then I'll get Mr. Opperman, and then I'll get Mr. Dunning. Not of the amendment, and Mr. Flynn makes a good point that this isn't temporary anyway, so that there's no minority reports out of temporary committees anyhow. So that might be a concern in a permanent, but doesn't have any purview on this committee. Thanks. Who did I say? Mr. Opperman, and then I was going to get Dunning.
I guess it's more of a information class. How does the rules committee manage all the rules that it's being reviewed and done? There's no time. I get that. But how do we manage that? There isn't. It's just we run out of time.
And my understanding, and I'll speak to permanent committee too, because it exists, even though that isn't this committee technically, but there is a hard, if there is an in-person convention, there's a hard printing deadline. If there's not a in-person convention, we don't know. There may be a time certain imposed on us. That's not something I'm prepared to answer right now, but typically if you have a Friday report presentation, you'd have a Thursday night, approximately 10:45 p.m. cutoff for a permanent committee. As it was the sort of interim revision of these, of the agenda had us presenting had the permanent committee presenting its report on Saturday morning. So I don't know how that would affect potential deadlines. I'm not in a position right now to speculate. Yeah, you want to speak to that, Mr. Flynn? And without regard to the electronic, we still have to have it printed, and it's still going to be printed in multiple copies. So we're still going to have a deadline for that. So we still have to apply with the same deadlines that we've always had for all the years.
Okay, which is, if we don't get to it, it doesn't get printed. Correct.
Well, the committee adjourns. I want to say there's probably going to be is there a time certain from Ms. Nagler, do you recall a time certain on the permanent committee? That they had a time certain? So they did have a time certain, okay. Did we get your question? Does that give you some clarity?
It's just how, for us personally,
And I don't know how that works if...
it sounds like when the buzzer goes off, it's done.
Yeah. And people have got to move priorities, like, we're going sequentially right now. We're going to start going sequentially in the afternoon through RPT generals, but, like, there's nothing that says that you have to go sequentially, and someone can give me a motion to say, hey, I want to break the series and hit blah, blah, blah. that's perfectly permissible. You don't have to stick to that strict order. I think Mr. Dunning wanted to be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Randy Dunning, Act 16. I'd like to favor of this amendment. The first thing that makes it referred to as is that it adds brevity. And the second thing which it adds is it reduces confusion. Many times we have that many words and say the same thing, and everybody becomes confused. So it adds brevity and it adds clarity. Those are two important things for any room. Here's why it makes sense. What this prevents is the paper storm at the end of the committee of people putting their paper testimony. Oftentimes we'll consider last-minute blizzard in paper to try to get something into the committee. This rule, when the board works thoughtfully, came up with things they've been thinking about before, and we're blocking timely back to the committee so that we can then consider them, and the committee can give its report to the permanent committee, which they can then work on as they see fit. These people bring late items to us, that just have to get back in line. They get in front of the line, but get back in line with the permanent committee if they wish to make their point. I think it's very important that we not reward last-minute submissions of large quantities of paper that we have to give the time or the capacity to deal with by making them a Hail Mary thrown into the permanent committee. So I'm going to argue that this is a page and a rule that will serve this committee that doesn't others.
And those of course are on 8.5 by 11 inch paper, correct? Or the electronic equivalent. All right, are we ready for the amendment vote? Okay, all those in favor of striking and adding, as indicated on new 9, raise hand. All those opposed, raise hand. And the ayes have it, the motion carries. Yay. Now we're on number, I guess is this new 10?
Mr. Chairman, can we go back and
Oh yes, I forgot. You had something. Go ahead, Mr. Townsend. I think it was without objection, if I recall.
Here in County, SB7. I just think that when we're talking about the temporary committee, that all these rules that we're making right now apply to the temporary committee.
You want to put it before the first committee in new number 9, presented to the temporary committee. Is there any objection to that?
I don't know that we don't need to go back and provide you all to do it in previous councils.
Let's find them all. I've got to find them all. So if anyone wants to do that for any other, take a glance right now, please. But we'll do Mr. Townsend without objection. No objection. So let's add the word temporary before presented to the temporary committee on new number 9. Any amendment presented to the temporary committee? Anyone find any others? Going back up.
I'm not going to go back up to, I guess that would be 8A, is that correct? Before we have the teachers, there was identifying the temporary teacher.
Got it. Let's do it without objection on 8A, filed with the temporary committee chair. No objection? Okay, that's done. You got it, Ashley. Thank you. Mr. Russo, do I see a hand? Let's do it one at a time. Number 3, where do you want it? Submit it to the temporary committee. Any objection? Okay, let's do it on number 4. Where do you want it? Yeah, watch it. Address the temporary committee on his or her amendment number 4. Without objection? Any others? Anyone seen any others? Thank you, Mr. Townsend. I think that does provide clarity to the delegates. Mr. Dunning. is reading it incorrectly. One is on numbers of minutes and numbers of speakers. You're conflating the two. Great. Go ahead. 8B. You got it. Okay, thank you. Without objection. Go ahead. 8C at the discretion of the temporary committee. Without objection. Do you want it in both places, Mr. Townsend? Of each subsection. Perfect. So we'll just put it once in without objection. Okay. Anything else? Hey, I think we might be getting close here. Let's look at number, I guess it's new 10. We'll fix it. Ms. Vanderlyn.
Jerry Vanderland, SD 13. I think what this is saying is that at your discretion, a delegate or alternate who is unable to be present during testimony on an amendment may be recognized for testimony at a later date, not to exceed more than 2 minutes. Otherwise, I don't understand the purpose.
So let's make clear that testimony is not debate. Testimony is from non-committee members. Debate is amongst the 32 of us. So if someone, say we opened up for testimony on random rule number, I'll just make up a number that doesn't exist, 52. We had a debate on Rule 52, and someone later, wanted really to talk about that and drove in, and I could give them discretion if that number, new number 10, would be in application. That's how I read that, Ms. Randall. So, okay. Mr. Urick.
I don't think it's needs to be that formal. I just think it's a clerical matter. It's like more than say not to exceed 2 minutes.
Perfect. Let's do that without objection. Save 50%. Save up to 50% or more. That one bugs me in real life. Okay. Anything else? Ms. Hagler. Yeah, I think it's from the strike-through. The strike-through is messing up the numbering. When we get it finalized, we'll fix the numbering, but I think that's the genesis of that. Okay, where are we? Mr. Opperman.
So if I understand this correctly, someone can come in at the last moment and say they want to speak on something and elongate our time by presenting something. Is that correct?
And if the committee felt that I was overstepping my bounds, like I would expect the committee to express that opinion.
Knowing that we're already pressed.
Okay. Is there an amendment in that, perhaps? Okay, so now we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to striking new number 10? We have a second. Would you like to, I guess you kind of spoke to it already, but Ms. Hagler. Did y'all hear Ms. Hagler? I feel bad for Ms. Hagler because I'm going to walk halfway across. I've known Ms. Hagler longer than even Mr. Flynn, I think, by a year. So.
I've been in too many committees where we deliberated, we thought we had a good solution, we closed it up, moved down the road. Someone came in to testify, and as is the whole purpose for testimony anyway, they say something that nobody even thought about, and we say, oh, wow, we need to reopen that. So someone makes a motion to reconsider, and we correct that. So the whole purpose of getting that testimony and input from other people is so that we can learn from it. And sometimes we have to go back and reconsider it. So it's a good thing that even though we considered it already, we're past that, as a committee, we always have the right to go back and revisit.
Thank you, Ms. Hagler. Mr. Inge.
Again, Pete Inge, SD12. I think there are two places I've seen this in past and being various committees. Sometimes so you guys are looking at something, somebody who's who serves on another committee may have a serious interest in putting input, but because they're in the midst of something on another committee, they can't bust loose to get here. So we miss out and they miss out, and there can be some hard feelings with that. So I think it's important. It's his discretion to see whether there's a valid reason for having not been here on a timely basis, and I think we should trust him in that.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak? This is out of hand, Mr. Russo. Oh, and then I'll get Colonel Casillas.
As he said, that it was at discretion. We're not looking at it, I think, as comprehensive, what you do as a discretion measure. This was doing something we should keep it as originally presented.
Thank you, Colonel Casillas, and then we'll come back to Mr. Opperman. So I think the time frame was that defined in the previous couple of rules up. Mr. Opperman, and then I'll come around.
Yeah, just willing for conducting maximum. People are reasonable. It's not reasonable if they know these rules and they know they should have been here and they can't. They could have called us in advance or something. I just feel it's a good position.
Just a stop question. Do we know, are we aware how many people at any time are watching the feed? Or is that unknowable? Yes. Okay. Let me get, I think, Mr. McCarty and then Mr. Wright, and then I'll come to you, Mr. Temple. Just kind of go work around. Mr. McCarty.
McCarty, SD1, report of information, or maybe a report maybe. Last convention, when I came to the temporary rules committee, the people that were there in person that were giving testimony could give that testimony while we were, let's say we're on rule number 52, to use your example. You have to give your testimony on rule 52 while the committee is debating rule 52.
No.
Is that not going to be the format this time?
Generally, that's how what Mr. Flynn says. Ms. Hagler, generally you kind of stick to one at a time. Okay.
So
Mr. Wright.
So if we're on rule 52 and somebody doesn't get here till rule 100, they've lost an opportunity. This would allow them
Bring them back if there's a reasonable, yeah, okay. They were waiting in line at platform for something, perhaps.
I'm in favor of keeping this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wright, and then I'll take Mr. Townsend.
Right, I see 3. Specifically, in a prior convention, there were unintended consequences that we were in violation of Texas election code with what the committee was trying to pass, and a parliamentarian came in at some point later and did indicate that we were in violation of Texas election code and we were ready to justice. So I'm in favor.
Okay, before I hit you, Mr. Townsend, I just got an email, and just bring it. Did you get an email on a technical issue? So someone emails, can you pass this on to technical people listening to the YouTube live stream link? You can hear what voices, their voices, I guess, barely. There's a weird electrical distortion, makes it so bad you can't listen to it.
This was a concern that was brought up a week ago, and we had our staffer that knows all about this come check in. She checked on her phone and listened to the audio herself, and she just said that that's as good as it's probably going to get.
So we think it's improved now?
It should be. We've looked at it, and I think we ought to.
And I just got this email 4 minutes ago, so I guess Mr. Andrusiak, if you could let us know how the feed is coming in, or anybody else in the feed, so I can just keep us updated on that. Mr. Townsend.
Again, they may give us insight into something that we need to take serious consideration of. If we don't allow the temporary chair to have the ability to use his wisdom as one night, something that we need to come back and say that we need to talk about, then, clearly that chair, that's what he's here for. choose wisely. But he thinks it's wise enough for us to recognize it and agree that you do that.
Thank you. Just noting the time, 1:30. We can keep pressing on if you want, or I don't want to assume that we're close. Just because we're at the bottom, that doesn't necessarily mean we're close. But okay, let's vote on the. Hang on. Let's see where we are here. We're on the amendment to strike new number 10. Anyone else want to talk about it? Ms. Hagler. Okay, so the effect, the motion is to strike new number 10. The effect of the motion would be that if someone was not present during the testimony, the chair may recognize them for testimony independent of a motion by the committee. So the committee would still maintain that right, regardless of whether you gave the chair discretion, is how I read that. Does that answer your question, Ms. Hagler? So the motion is to do away with just having the chair make the discretion as opposed to the committee as a whole having to say, hey, I want to hear the Rule 52 discussion. Can we hear from the delegate for 2 minutes? And then you say, I would say, is there any objection? Are we clear on that? Mr. Inge? If you're for, you want to strike the words. If you're against, you're for keeping the words.
If I understand what you're saying right, then is that if we're taking discretion away from the chairman and it's up to us to vote on it, does that mean we need to spend another 30 minutes talking about whether or not we want to let them do it? I think this is crazy.
We've actually done that on the SRAC a number of times, taking longer to vote someone 2 minutes of talk time who wasn't a member of a committee. So, yeah, Chris is nodding his head there. See his recollection of that. Okay, we are on striking the words. Are we all clear? Mr. Opperman.
So I'm not, I guess the point is that if we're doing something that we ought not be doing, I expect Mr. Chairman to speak up regardless whether it was at the end of the meeting or during the meeting. He's the expert, and we're on the SRAC, and I think we have the confidence in him to speak up regardless without hesitation.
I would take offense with that comment, but thank you for the. If something was brought to my attention in all seriousness, I would bring it back to you. If someone caught something, we do deal with, as Mr. Wright pointed out, a lot of technical stuff, and I'm not an attorney. I know who's an attorney on this, by the way? How many? Okay, how many of you have some knowledge of Texas election code? All you county chairs, former county chairs. How many of you feel like you're pretty well versed in that election code? So, we depend on each other to look for these things that we're expert on, and like I said, I will, if something comes to my knowledge, I'm going to bring it before you if I think it's an issue. Okay, we are on the amendment still. All those in favor, we're going to vote. All those in favor of striking the words in new number 10. Is this a vote or is this a point? Is it germane? Oh, you're voting. You just jumped the gun. Okay. All those in favor of striking new number 10, raise hands. All those opposed to striking new number 10, raise hands. The motion fails. Okay, so we are done with the series. Without objection. Getting good at that. Mr. Russo.
I would want to strike just two clauses from the amendment, because I think it's almost redundant.
There's no friendly in this committee. No, but we can do without objection then. So you want to strike which words?
Who was? Because basically,
At the chair's discretion, delegate or alternate unable to be present. I concur with that. Is there objection? Okay, we'll strike the words. Ask about it. Okay, we've got a set of rules. you've got a new one? That's right. You gave me the mic. Okay, Josh Flynn, SC15. I just would like to add another rule, being that the chair has said that we are not able to call the question. I'd like to make a motion that we shall be allowed for the committee business after reasonable doubt to call the question. Let's get the exact wording on that, please. Oh, you got it. Verbatim. If not, Mr. Townsend will find it. Yeah, for a minute. Except for Randy. She did. According to Robert's Mr. Offerman, is the correct wording of call the question technically previous question?
Yeah, I'm not an official parliamentarian.
Do we have any official parliamentarians? Do we have any registered parliamentarians? Do we have to grab Chris out? Give me a second. I just want to see how it's... I think call question is informal. Formal, yes. Oh, hang on. I'm bad at multitasking. The previous question, motion, let's phrase it that way without objection. And who is the Mr. Townsend?
If we are committing for and against the three side, we really need to have this
Let's not conflate testimony with debate. That's easy to do. Yeah, because there's no debate. You know, the non-members of the committee are not participating in debates. So the phrasing should be a previous question motion. Any objection to that wording? Yes. A previous question motion. And we'll fix all the temporary to capital T later without objection. Does that state your motion? That's it. Okay. Discussion. Did you speak on your motion already? You got a second? Sorry, everyone kind of jumped at the same time. Ms. Vanderlyn, did you have something? Let me get Mr. Licardi and then Mr. Inge.
So, point of clarification, being a first-timer, can we have some kind of an explanation of what reasonable looks like?
I want to say that Roberts talks about after reasonable progress, or there's a phrasing in there where the word reasonable is sort of left to the interpretation of the chair, and
People are reiterating the same point. Yeah, it's in Roberts. You know, the
Mr.
chair could actually end the debate anyway, after reasonable debate.
let me get Mr. Yurt. He's waiting.
Point of information is the purpose of this motion, just to allow us to kind of tell if there's a general consensus among everyone. We don't have to talk.
Right. If I can't tell, this lets you guys drop the car a little bit. So, Mr. Dunning.
Yes, I'm advised to you in favor of this motion. For two reasons. One, it allows the committee to move things forward when debate appears to be becoming either contentious or becomes the greater enthusiastic elevation type of argument. It also, by using Robert's rules, it also sets the limit as a probably won't be used a lot, but many times I find people saying call questions. And actually, the thing's already run out of steam. The chairman read the call, taking that to the local actually ask time for the meeting. But we do need to be able to do this. That's why I support this bill.
I'll take Ms. Hagler.
I'll say that. If you'll look at your RPT rules, number 16, item C, it says state convention committees. Any state convention committee or subcommittee may by a 2/3 vote adopt the rule allowing the motion for the previous question. So I believe Mr. Flynn's motion is in order already according to RPT rules.
Thank you, Ms. Hagler. It is in order.
Dr. Clark,
Mr. Dunning.
does that mean we have to pass this bill by 2/3 as well?
No, we're adopting rules of simple majority here.
That's good.
Okay? Anybody else? Okay, so the motion before you is the addition of new number 11, which is number 10 on your screen. Ms. Kent.
I have a point of information, sort of in a previous question motion is that the same as all the questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, looking around the room. And you guys tell me if I'm missing you, because I have to do a 180 basically every time, and I'm always concerned that I'm missing someone. Mr. Opperman.
I'm going to say it's probably privileged about 3 years, but I haven't done my job, so.
Can y'all hear Mr. Opperman?
Sorry. All right, so I've been studying for about 3 years, but I don't do my job, so I'm new. But what I want to understand here, this is, I'm in favor of this, I'm in favor of this motion. There are also additional ways to limit our conversation, such as limiting the number of pro and con speakers on a debate. But I am in favor of the motion. And thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, let's vote. We can't do that yet. We don't have rules of procedure. Okay, so all those in favor of adding number 10, which is really number 11, raise hands. All those opposed, raise hands. Motion carries. Okay, anything else? Rules of procedure. Okay, I think we got some rules of procedure. If there's nothing else, going once, going twice. Let's get them. Let's do a vote on the whole batch as amended. Mr. Riccardi, motion. Second, Mr. Russo. I always get 1 and 2 there. Any further debate? Can't do that yet. We will soon. Okay, all those in favor, raise hands. All those opposed, raise hands. Congratulations, the committee has rules of procedure. And it took us about 2 hours. That's about right. All right, if there's no objection, we will get sorry, Ashley wanted to speak.
Hello, I have 2 updates for the people. The first update, I have some updates for you all. So you can find this document, I guess we just finished it, but it was available, and the new document that we'll be going over will be found at the RPT website. If you go to the State Convention tab on the Convention drop-down menu, you scroll down to where it says Rules Google Doc. That is where you could access this document as a delegate, and it's publicly available on our website. And then our next document that we'll be going over will also be published underneath this one. My second update is about the audio on the streaming. There's not a whole lot that we can do at this point, especially without the use of microphones, to help with the sound for now. Hopefully, maybe we'll have a better solution tomorrow. Okay?
Hold on, just give me a second. I want to see if I can find it here. So it's under, where is it?
So,
Documents in process? Rules, Google Doc. Okay, so that's easily accessible by delegates. That's wonderful. Thank you, RPT staff. Anything else? Someone give let's suggest a time, Ms. Hagler.
What time do you want us to come back?
I'm asking you guys.
2:45.
We have a 2:45 recess for 1 hour and 1 minute. Do we need discussion on that? I will. We have Chairman James Dickey. Please welcome our state chairman. And lunch, right. We're going to change that 2:45. We have rules of procedure, Mr. Chairman.
But what I did want to do a couple of things. First of all, I want to thank every one of you. I had the privilege of serving on this very same committee in 2016. I love rules. Y'all are the best. And thank you for being willing to serve. This is going to be a long couple of days. I hope some of the things we've started to do, like tracking all of the clarifications that the chair has to make during the course of the term, right? That'll let you see prior rules that have given people some concern and haven't been obvious on the face of it. I hope some things like that help you guys be more effective at this. The most important thing, couple of most important things. One, you cannot write a good enough rule to handle a bad person. You just can't. There's no law you can write that will stop someone who is determined to murder. It's crystal clear, right? So we're conservatives. Be conservative in your application of new rules, knowing that if what you're trying to do is address a bad person, it will not work. But two, represent your folks. That's what you're here for. You all set the way our rules work. You all set how we operate. The rules set the table, control the game. Make sure the rules we leave with this time defer to the delegates just as much as they always have and they always should. And if you're ever in doubt, just think of our dear friend Clint Moore, who I had the privilege of serving with in 2016. God bless you guys. Thank you. Go have a great lunch.
I wanted that on the table. That's so awesome. All right, so thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And we're going to do 1 hour and one, well, let's just do 250. Is that Mr. Barcroft? What you got? Do we have information on that? We're gonna come back at 3 o'clock, get some nourishment, and we'll be ready to work at 3 on general rules. We are in recess without objection.
Especially when you've got these debates, stick with in person, or it's going to take the rest of the week.
Okay, so let's formulate the question, and I'll call you Amy because we're not in session yet. So y'all are first name right now, and then I'll go back to last names when I remember. But how many of y'all are for? So here's your options: allowing Wednesday only committees to do something separate from what the 3 committees that are in session now do, or making it all the same decision. Okay, so who would?
Could you explain how the credentialing committee might pull it off online?
Yeah, so credentials, well, and I'm getting pretty deep here, but if y'all will indulge. So credentials has a couple things in their RPT rule purview. One is to recommend the temporary role of the convention, or the permanent role, excuse me. And then the other one is to decide on challenges and contests and appeals to challenges. So, they do take testimony on those contests and challenges and appeals, and sometimes that testimony can be pretty lengthy. So that they function more like other committees, even though they usually do their temporary business in one day. On the other hand, organization, to my knowledge, has never been more than a 20 or 30-minute meeting. So with that in mind, and I want to get through this so we can get back in session, how many of you would be okay with allowing
the Wednesday-only committees to do something different from the rest of the committees? Raise hand. You want to get a count on that, Chris? No, we're not in session.
Put on the live doc.
Okay, and then the others, was Chris done? I'm sorry, keep them up for Chris.
I see 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
This vote is for letting people, if they are meeting on.
This would be separating, not making uniform to allow the other committees.
The other committees can decide.
What's the other committee decide what they want?
Yeah. 16.
Strike through proposed rules of procedure, or put as approved. Or rules of procedure 2020 as approved by committee.
Okay, and then the other one is making everyone do the same thing. Raise your hand. Uniform committee treatment.
Only 2, 3, 4 to make them meet live. Okay, 4 for live. Okay.
Wait, what?
Only 4 people support or keeping them live.
For making them uniform.
For keeping them the same as us.
Oh, in person. You said live, and I'm thinking online.
No.
Anything else so we can get back in session? Okay, we're a little late. Time is 3:10, and Rules Committee's back in session. Hope everyone had a good lunch. Went really fast that time. Okay, here's where we are. We have rules of procedure. We can alternate delegate testimony. We can attempt online or virtual delegate testimony if that's what the committee wants to do, I think. No, I'm just saying that what our options are for this afternoon. What we need to do is start a run through of the general rules. I had proposed informally to do them in series. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the reminder. We do have an important order of business. Ashley, if you could bring up the proposed Google Doc.
For submission.
Is there a new link on that, Ashley? The form, the Google form for the testimony. Okay, give us a second, we'll bring that up. Okay, so I sent this around the other day, and we'll go through it real quick. I don't think it should be too controversial, but we have a form on Google. Anyone need to see that? Scroll down. I put a pretty picture on there. We need to collect some information from you. By direction, temporary rules committee submissions using this form will remain open until, well, by our rules from this afternoon, I believe that time is 1 p.m. Is that correct, committee? Is there? Yeah, the temporary deadline is 1 p.m. tomorrow. Yeah, let's double check that. All amendments must be filed with the committee chairman no later than 1 p.m. Tuesday, July 14th, 2020. So we'll do an insert there, 1 p.m. Tuesday, July 14th, 2020. Okay, we're collecting people's name. Are you delegate or alternate? It's important to know that. What Senate district do you reside? Scroll down. Counties, and thankfully I didn't have to do this. Ashley knew how to import 254 because I didn't. I did type 1 through 31 though. Enter a contact phone number that can receive text or an email address for the committee to schedule possible oral testimony, and then to which RPT rule or supplemental convention rule topics do your suggestions relate. And then we would now ask you to submit the specific language for your suggestion. You may type the language below or upload a document. Please remember to cite the RPT rules If uploading a document, use strike through or square brackets for language to be deleted and bold text or underline text for language to be added. If typing in the box, be clear which words you suggest the committee add or delete. And I think that's consistent with our procedural rules from earlier this afternoon. And then please carefully enter the text below, or you may also send a document with your suggested language to Ashley's email address. Please include your name, SD, and contact information in any attachments. So do we see any conflicts between that and our rules passed this afternoon? Would anyone like to amend anything in the document? So I will take a motion to approve and release the document to the delegates. It's moved and been seconded. Any discussion? Okay, if there's no discussion, we will proceed to a vote. All those in favor of adopting and releasing the document say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Okay, Ashley, do you want to describe what will happen when someone makes a submission? Thanks. Tell us what happens when somebody clicks the button.
So what's going to happen when someone clicks the button is it's going to be submitted and accessible by RPT staff and myself. And you can view those submissions here. And it will come with a timestamp as well.
So I'll ask a question for the committee here. Will the committee also have access to those submissions, or is it just the staff?
For now, it's just the staff. I would be willing to share this with the committee if that's their wish.
Mr. Russo.
Move to share with the committee.
Okay, we have a motion to make sure that the committee can view all of the submissions. Would that be with editing permission, Mr. Russo, or just able to view and copy it for their own sake? And that way, like, I'm suggesting that I don't want to lose official copy, but I want you guys to be able to see it. And so you could pull it up and edit it, and if you had edits, you could send them back.
I think at this point, I don't think we need to edit because.
Okay, so viewing privileges. So the motion is to, yes.
Okay, so in that case, if y'all just want to do view only, this is going to generate, aside from this response folder, it's going to go to a separate Google document, and I will share that with you all in the committee folder. Is that acceptable? Yes.
So is this going to be updated on a regular basis?
It will automatically generate whenever they press submit, it'll automatically generate to that Google form.
Oh, okay.
Or the Google sheet.
It'll be constant accepting cutoff time.
Correct.
at one point.
Okay.
Yeah, and to be clear, I'm just saying on editing their submissions, not what we do on our document.
Right. You can make your own edits and submit them in turn. So, like, we're not going to announce, hey, we just got a new one. Hey, we just got a new one. Hey, so you guys will have access to that folder, and you will want to watch them as they come in. Ultimately, it'll be up to the committee to allow testimony on any of those submissions or to make motions relevant to any of those submissions. Is that understood? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Mr. Russo, your motion, if I have it correctly, is to make sure that the submissions are shared for viewing purposes with the members of the committee in a timely fashion. Okay? And it's been seconded, so we got it. Unless there's no debate, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Okay, so we've got, we will share those with you. No, this will be in your Google Doc folder that was shared with you. Oh, for the grassroots to make the submissions, we will post a link. Oh, yes.
We do not wish to publicly display this on our website since we're mostly going to be limiting it to people who are delegates or alternates. I believe I'm under that impression. So we will be emailing this link out to the delegate/alternate list. It will not be me doing it, but I will follow up as soon as that is done.
Okay, so that's where we are. The submissions are going to start to come in. Are you guys ready to roll on general rules? So in deference to the member of the committee who has been on the committee the most number of times, I'm going to yield the floor to a motion from Mr. Flynn.
Mr. Chairman, Josh Flynn, SD15. I move that we place on the table the rules from 2018 with one correction or one amendment that the SREC made for their own rules. I think it was 8A.
That is 8A. Okay, so the motion on the floor is a very consequential one, and that is that we open up discussion on the RPT general rules. The version that we will be using as our basis is the 2018 rules as passed by the convention. As you know, there have been a slew of temporary and emergency changes that fall under those provisions, and as such, they go away at the end of a state convention. So his motion is that those be, that we restrict ourselves to the 2018 rules plus 8A. So let me tell you what 8A is, just so that we're clear on the motion. The SREC has a specific subset of the RPT rules that they're only allowed to touch unless they give explicit permission back to the convention to touch those. They're called permanent state executive committee rules. There's no acronym for that, unfortunately. PSECR. So the SREC did not kick back permission on any PSECRs to this committee, the Temporary Rules Committee, and so that 8A that was passed, that text is before us. We cannot touch it, and so it should be part of the basis for any starting point for this committee. So does everybody understand the motion?
No.
That's 8 capital A, right?
8 capital A, thank you, yes. And that was a county chair, how many signatures you needed to run for county chair, as I recall. So, if I'm not, so this is just to open for consideration. We are not passing the 2018 rules yet. We are just opening them for consideration. And I have a question on the end there. Mr. Bergsma, is that you?
Maybe I misunderstood. Did you say we cannot dismiss 8A?
It's not in our purview because it's a permanent state executive committee rule. It properly belongs to the SREC.
So they get to make party rules that we can't discuss?
Yes, and I don't. Would the committee like a little more information on that? I would be glad to give a little more background. Okay, so I believe it was maybe between 5 and 7 years ago. It was either in my first or second SREC term. There were some changes in state law and in election code that affected. It gave specific permissions to a state executive committee to make decisions that fell from new provisions in the law. That's my understanding of it. I may have that slightly incorrect, but the way that it was worded, like it only gave those permissions to the state executive committee of of the two major parties, and so the SREC, following that guidance, created a category of RPT rules, these permanent state executive committee rules. And because they properly belong to the SREC, the only way that the convention could touch them was if the SREC in turn gave the permission to the state convention to do so. So the way that I believe it's, if you look at your general rules, it's under 1D, if you want the long explanation of what that category of rules entails. But for our information, what it means is that when we were looking at rules that were available to us in consultation with parliamentarian, we explicitly made sure that those rules were highlighted for my sake, so I didn't allow us to touch them. Does that answer your question, Mr. Bergman? Yeah, well, we have to live with it. Mr. Wright.
Dwayne Wright, SC3. Actually, I have some clarification on the specific structure of this rule. I was one of the ones that helped draft it. At the last state convention, it was a rule that was brought forward if we couldn't address it, so we waited And then when the SREC got together, we went and addressed it at the SREC level because of this, because of the structure, the way it is. It was actually going to be adopted by the convention, but it couldn't be because of the way the rules were. So we had to wait. And then when the SREC convened, we had to go to the SREC rules.
It's because the election law changed, so because the timelines that go to SREC, is that correct?
Well, the rule was brought to this body, the temporary rules, 2 years ago. But when it was brought, it was not germane to the purview of this committee. So we had to hold it and wait until the SREC met, and then went to the SREC and addressed it in the proper form. So that's just a little background information.
Right, and the SREC would have had to give those permissions as indicated in that rule, and since they hadn't done so, 8 capital A is, and the other permanent state executive committee rules are unavailable for our discussion. Let me get Mr. Russo, and I'll come to you, Mr. Offerman.
Okay, point of clarification or more information here. Because we are in the dire emergency that we have, and there's an SREC meeting, what is the prior order of them making a rule today versus us in a rules committee? What is the order of command?
So any rules that the temporary committee recommends those would be to the convention body, and those rules, if adopted, if recommended by the permanent committee and then adopted or amended and then adopted by the general convention, those would then come into effect at the end of state convention. So we are under any temporary and emergency rules for this week or until the convention finally adjourns. Okay, Mr. Offerman, did you have a question?
Yeah, just a point of information. The rules that the SREC has made in the last month, we're not going to address those. We're doing it from 2018.
So Mr. Flynn's motion is that the committee use as its starting point for opening discussion, so sort of the basis that we're all on the same page is the 2018 convention rules as passed by the convention, plus the executive committee PSECR that was adopted to 8A in September of 2019.
Okay, so the answer is no, it's not going to consider any of the SREC?
No, but it's certainly in order for us to discuss any of them that are not permanent state executive committee rules. So those can be moved. Like they will be in order to discuss new stuff. Okay, so Mr. Bergsma, you're recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Is it appropriate right now to speak for the motion?
So it's on the floor. Mr. Flynn, did you speak on it already? Did you want to speak?
Oh, I can.
Okay, let me get the mover of the motion, and then we'll go around.
I just want to first state that the rules that were passed in 2018 were duly passed by the previous convention. It did not have all these extraordinary circumstances. And I would just caution the committee to making any changes, recognizing that the disenfranchisement of people that are not able to be here or are not able to get their numbers of votes, that every time we change something, it should be plain and clear, and we should all have a higher than normal consensus on any changes that we make from the 2018, because those are the ones that were passed properly. And as few changes as we can make to tend to the 2022 folks, I think that's a better plan than just going in wholesale and changing a lot of stuff. And the SREC has done that, and I'm not real sure if all the unintended consequences were in a certain sense. A lot of the changes that they made were temporary in nature to deal with the circumstances that we have today. And like I said, let's seriously consider any changes that we make that would substantially change the way we run the party.
Okay, I think let me get Mr. Berg. Okay, we've got a lot, and keep in mind here, this is just how we're opening the door. This is not. We're not exiting the door. We're just opening the door. So I'll get. I think everyone's hand kind of came up at the same time, but I'll get Bergsma, Townsend, and Licardi, thank you. And then Amy Hedke.
Mike Marshall, SD20. I support the motion. A couple of reasons. One, it gives us a basis of really organized way of looking at the rules. And also, any of the SRC rules that we want to put in there, we can. The ones that we think belong, we should do that. I also wanted to mention that having read 8A, I'm in favor of it, so I'm not worried about that we can't rule on it. So I'm for the motion.
Thank you. I think I said Mr. Townsend next.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a recommendation that any changes that we make, we simply put them at the bottom of the existing rule as it is, and put it in parentheses for this session only, or for this cycle, election cycle, because we may not have this in 2022 at the next convention, and therefore we're not changing anything except based on what we have to change because of the particular one.
I don't know that the rules give you an option to say this one's only good for a certain amount of time. I think we'd have to take considerations like that on a case by case. So I would say that's not in order at this time. Mr. Licardi?
Point of clarification. So if I understand correctly, the motion is to begin with the 2018 rules. Is that sans the changes that the SREC has since made?
So all the COVID changes to the general rules that weren't permanent state executive committee rules. And just as an example,
we're not considering, those are not part of.
Right, and they were changing so fast. In fact, just kind of telling you how we were putting this document together, we went and found the 2018 rules because there were so many stages of rules from the last 3 months that even the one on the website, I don't believe is the one from through, Sunday or even like last Thursday. So for our purposes, I won't read into the intent of the mover, but we can always consider under the motion that would allow recent changes to be proposed. Who did I say I would take next? Oh, Ms. Hedke.
I'm okay voting for this. However, I'm going to disagree with Mr. Flynn on the fact that every single delegate who's participating in this process was elected to be a state delegate during a pandemic while we were moving forward with an in-person convention. So if the rules are getting changed and they don't show up to speak up, that's the consequence of not showing up. So I'm not going to urge a cautious progression just on that. There are serious issues that need to be resolved in these rules, and they deserve to be resolved by the people who showed up to get the work done.
Thank you. Who's next? Mr. Townsend.
If we're working from the 2018 rendition of the rules committee.
No, from what the convention passed. So this would be as passed on the end of convention. We don't. So someone could move, propose that document as a starting point. That would certainly be in order as a, but we've got a motion on the floor now. So Mr. Flynn, did you have something?
All of the motions that were, or all the changes that were made by the SRC can be brought up by this body. Anybody, this committee can bring up anything they want to. I just think that the standard where we start from, because of the numerous numbers, is the 2018. And having to start at the 2020 rules that we're running on right now could be deleterious in that we may not want to do those, and then we have to sit there. And so y'all can put into you can put into a motion any changes that you think are right and true and correct, but we don't have to debate where it stood from. We don't have to sit there and say, well, this is a bad correction. We started from something that we already passed.
I think you misunderstood me. I just don't know if we're starting from this as a document that you've given to us, 2018, and I'm a newbie, 2018. How do I know what has been added to this that we don't even look at it?
They're on the website.
Point of information.
So.
Point of
I don't know, is the website updated through? Okay, so we have information that the website is updated as of this morning, so you could do a compare contrast. It's a lot of changes, Mr. Townsend, so, we'd have to sort of, and they may be changing at 7 o'clock tonight again too, so. Let me get Ms. Kent and then Ms. Hagler in that order.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the package you sent to us, it had a list, in fact, the cover page. Are these the list of the PSC?
That was as of the date sent, and I think I missed one in one, somewhere in one.
If we go down through July the 5th, if we use this, then we can go through the general.
We can I've got my SREC meeting notes, but I have to go and pick them one by one. I mean, that would, I'll do it if the committee wants, but it would take quite a bit of time.
Well, I'm just saying, as a guideline, if they have this, they can mark up.
Yeah, if they have that, you can mark them up, and if there's something interesting there that you want to throw back in, that would be permissible if the motion passes. Ms. Hagler.
This is a point of inquiry or information. My understanding is that this convention is under the rules that we're starting with right here. Anything that we change here today doesn't go into effect until sine die of this convention, and it actually takes effect on the next convention. Is that correct?
What you said is half correct. So the governing rules for this week's convention are the 2018 rules plus any temporary and emergency changes made under Rule 1. So there have been a ton of temporary and emergency changes made under Rule 1. This convention this week is governed by those changes. However, what Rules Committee recommends to the body on Friday or Thursday or Saturday, whenever it ends up being, those changes will only go into effect after the adjournment of state convention.
Okay, so it's just important to remember that we're not changing the rules.
We're not changing rules for this week. We cannot do that. That is not in this temporary committee's purview. Any more discussion on the motion before us to open the door based on 2018 plus the change to 8A? Okay, let's go to a vote then. All those in favor of proceeding on that, raise hand. All opposed, raise hand. All right, so we have rules before us, and I'm going to see if someone has a motion to take these in series. If we were to take them in series, we can always set something aside. We can put time limits. We can break for in-person testimony. If we were to authorize virtual testimony, what would be the timetable on opening that up? Ashley, do you know? Okay, so no information on that as yet. Okay, so do I hear a motion to start considering the rules sequentially? We've got a motion, second. Any discussion? Mr. Offerman.
Again, this is the first time I've been on the committee. Excuse me for not speaking loud enough. My view is that there are sections that can be considered within the amendments. For example, we may want to further subdivide the conversation to just talking about the Senate and district rules versus the one rules for the state convention. So there's more than one way to do this. I don't have a specific amendment now, but I just want you to know there's a verse that says, do things decently and in order. And I'd like to make sure that there's a benchmark so we got one section done. Or if you just want to say we got out of the 44 rules, benchmark at 10. So we know we've got 1/5 of the rules done. And say, okay, we'll give this 2 hours. That would be,
Yeah, we could create benchmarks. Mr. McDonald or Ms. Hagler, Mr. Flynn, Mr. Wright, and Mr. Larson, if any of you guys want to speak to just information of the committee on what you believe works best, I would certainly hear that right now. If you want to take them in sections with strict time limits, or if we just want to start taking a path through them.
I usually allow Clint to make all this talk, and so I usually just sit there and say, when Clint raises, yes, second. But what we normally do is just go through the list, just rule 1. Anybody have an amendment for that? We look around. If nobody says anything, we go to rule 2, and we just go all the way through it, okay? When the time starts crunching, some people pull things out of order so that we can spend some time on it. But generally speaking, the first time we go through, we get through it. It's some of those things when we go back, we sit there and say, well, I didn't change that. We get all the way through it, and then we end up having to go back to fix other things. And so that's why I say we go 1, 2, 3, and then once we get to the end, that's where that one rule that we passed for our committee, if it didn't get passed at a certain time or it didn't get brought up at a certain time, then it goes to the wayside. But until we get to that point, we go back and we look at the rules that need to be corrected after we've gone through them. So each time you have an opportunity, you get 2 bites at the apple, basically, okay?
No one will be denied apple. Ms. Hedke and then Mr. Wright.
The form that was supposed to be sent out to delegates or amendments hasn't been emailed out yet. I'm working on that. I don't have it either.
It will get out as soon as, okay. Ms. Thomas? RPT YouTube and Facebook, I understand?
The document.
Oh, the document. Hang on. Are you guys looking for the live document?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it. It's
Mr. Chairman, I got an email from Ashley at 10:48 that had a hotline titled RPT Rules 2024 Committee.
yes, and I'm seeing. Let's see.
To the file, so guys
It's
take
like
a look at your email.
yeah, it's in there. It's the one called copy of 2018 RPT Rules Clean. That Mr. McDonald is correct. So, Ms. Thomas, you should have permission to view that live. I don't think it's permission to everybody. It's just permission to the committee for right now. They were going to give the link to the live doc for. I think they have to give different permissions to the delegates so that not everyone's editing the document. But we'll wait for staff to clarify. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Dwayne Wright, SD3. I would also like to support a statement from the past. If we take the rules in order, sometimes there are rules that actually trigger changes in other rules. And if you hop around, you get really out of
Right, you kind of can flag what's triggering other rules at the time.
Right.
Okay, so let's get focused here, and the motion before us is to consider in sequence, always with the opportunity to hop out of sequence. So is there any more discussion on going in sequence? Okay, we're gonna take a vote on going in sequence. All those in favor of proceeding in sequence, raise hands. And all those opposed, raise hands. And the ayes have it. We will proceed in sequence with, of course, the floor open to spur of the moment changes. Okay, so we are on RPT General Rule number 1. Why don't let's see if this is a big rule. If this is a big rule, then without objection, we may take it in pieces. Yeah, let's see if anyone wants to do anything in one. So, and I'll give you guys a second. Right. Okay, anything on Rule 1? Again, we can come back to it if we need to.
Question?
Yes, Ms. Kent.
What is the change in Rule 1 that that's something we're supposed to consider?
You can. It's floor is open to that.
Where is it at?
Um,
Because on the live document and on what I printed out, I don't see where the reference is to the change.
okay, I'm looking at. I'm hopping back and forth between texasgop.org/rules and the live document that you're looking at. So unfortunately, I don't have a full list of those changes. It's not a redlined edition because they knew that a lot of these were going to go in the trash. They were meant for temporary. If any SREC members besides me can remember those, feel free to chime in for Ms. Kent.
I cannot see the live, anything on the live document. I can see the copy of 2018 rules clean, but live documents empty.
I don't know how to give those permissions.
Mr. Chairman, which one should we work on? Should we be reading from the
So,
copy of 2018?
yeah, the one called Copy of 2018 RPT Rules Clean, that's the one that I'm looking at. That will be the basis for anything that we proceed with. Mr. Wright.
Point of information. Was this sent out in a folder? I'm only finding a document at a time. I'm having to get other members to email.
Let me see if you're shared on that, because I think I can share it with you if you're not already shared on it.
We don't blame you for leaving late off of it.
Let's see.
They let us out from behind the pine curtain.
Yeah, I mean, these permissions were just released once we knew who the committee was, which was still changing last night. So, what email address would you have, Dwayne? Would it be chairman@sjcg? You're apparently a viewer already. You have permission according to.
Yeah, I don't have that link as well.
And so.
Is there a folder?
Yeah, it's a folder. You have to go to the folder and then you find a copy of 2018 RPT rules. You guys want to work on that and come back to me if you need, because now I've lost my staff here. So. Can I get a volunteer to work on the live doc if we've got amendments in the next few minutes, just to maybe a committee member? Yay. So I don't know where she has it, but. Okay, so we are on, we had opened up 1. Anyone have anything on 1? Okay, we're going to hop down now to 2. Nothing on 2. Again, we can come back if we need to. Opening up 3. RPT Rule 3. Hey, we're almost 10% done. RPT Rule 4.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McDonald.
This gentleman needs access.
I don't have access.
Mr. Russo, let me see.
The other 2 documents, but won't let him into that one.
During that meeting, and I went back and refreshed the link and then found popped up. It took 3 tries.
So it was refreshing the link that did it? Okay. You want to try again, Mr. Russo, and chime back with us? Okay, we are on RPT. You got it?
Yep.
We are on RPT Rule 4, open for discussion. RPT Rule 5. Question for anyone with knowledge. I understand, Mr. Offerman, you may know. I understand that a new Roberts is coming down soon. Will that change the name of the Roberts document, or will it still be the newly revised? Or do you have knowledge?
That's a good question. Yes, I can't speak to that, so I'm not, there's a different organization called the National Association of Parliamentarians that I'm not a member of. They're going to help me out with the, and it's a private organization that owns Robert's rules.
Okay.
So I really can't say about it. But that is a concern.
Ms. Avalos. Oh, sorry, did I cut you off, Mr. Al? Ms. Avalos?
Just for sale on Amazon in advance with this name, except it's just the 12.
Okay, so that wouldn't affect, that new addition wouldn't affect what Rule 5 meant a month, a year from now. Thank you. We go in by Amazon. Mr. Russo?
Mr. Chair, I wanted to know if we could revisit rule number 3.
Okay, any objection to that? We'll hop back up to Rule 3. You have the floor, Mr. Russo.
At the very end, where after it says of sex, age, or religion, color, or national origin, I just wanted to add, and is discouraged. In other words, that all those, that no way that we would discourage any discrimination.
Okay, you want to underline that?
And is expressly discouraged.
Okay, motion's made. Is there a second? You have the floor to speak to your motion.
Basically, I just think with the time period that we live in, I think it's just clear that we, in this time period, that the Republican Party, we stand against any discrimination of any nature when it comes to making our rules. And so I just think this is a clear denouncement for our party.
Okay, Mr. McDonald.
Chris McDonald, SD6, I rise to speak against it. The language is crystal clear as it states shall in no way.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Bergsma, then Ms. Hedke.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm right against it. It's perfectly clear. It's worked for us forever. I see no point of adding to it.
I remove mine. I remove.
There's a motion to withdraw. It's before the item is before the body, so it has to be done. Is there any objection to the withdrawal? Okay, so it's gone now. Thank you, Mr. Russo. We are back to Rule 6. Thank you.
I'm slowly working on it. I'm not nearly as quick as she is. There you go.
Okay, anything on 6?
Yep.
Yes, Mr. Townsend.
I do think a little bit of deal with the SREC is allowing themselves to vote by proxy. They are no better than anybody else in this party, period. They are elected by us, the delegates. I don't think they should be able to proxy vote either. If they can't bring it there, they don't get a vote.
Okay, so we have, is there a motion in that?
There is. I move that we take out the except for SREC.
Okay, so the motion before you is to strike the words comma, except, well, I guess it would be, you want to strike comma, except the SREC, is that correct? Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And yes, Ms. Vanderlyn. Yes, there was no objection to the hopping back. There was no objection to the hopping back to 3. So after we finished with 3 and disposed of that, we went to the next one in 5. Did you have something on 5? Okay, yeah, so we're on 6 now, and we've got a proposal on the floor that's been seconded, and Ms. Kent has shown it, highlighted it. Okay, so did you want to speak more to that, Mr. Townsend? I think you kind of did already. But
I do. It's just, in my feelings, it's not proper for anyone to anybody to make themselves better than anyone else. If all these other people have to be there and cannot use a proxy voting, why should the SREC, a group of people that are elected by the delegates, have the right to exempt themselves?
A point of order, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Hedke.
Isn't this covered in the state election law also?
Yes. I believe there is a citation in Texas election law. Does someone have the exact place? Mr. McDonald? All right. Do you have a paper copy of the election code? I'm very impressed. Okay. They get the gold star today. 7.
SB7.
Yes, sir, Mr. Inge.
Even if the law doesn't allow it, doesn't mean we have to allow.
We would like to see what it says. Let's make sure we're proceeding correctly here. So 17, what is it? 171004. I'll read it if I can find it in a second here.
026.
You want to read it? Yeah, you can speak, Mr. Flynn, and I'll look for it. 171, what was it?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a correction to what you said, that like we don't have any proxies. Actually, we do. The state convention is full of proxies. When we sit there and we vote as a full strength for the body, the people that are there at the SD level get to vote for the whole SD. And they're basically a proxy for those that didn't make it. So just...
That's weighted voting.
Right, same thing.
Then why do we even have this argument?
Because...
We're having a dialogue. Let's address the comments through the chair. Mr. Flynn had the floor. Did the point of order go away based on the change in the... Okay, Ms. Hagler.
You want me to read that election code?
I would be glad to have you do that, or I can do it since I'm at the mic. Are you reading 171004?
Yes, sir. 171004 proxy to participate in a state executive committee meeting as a proxy for a member representing senatorial or congressional district. A person must reside in that district. And item B, a person may not hold more than one proxy at any meeting. It's specific to SRC or SDPC.
Does the rule provide for exceptions to that proxy, or does the rule, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, does it say you have to allow them?
It does not mandate.
It doesn't mandate that you have to allow them, is what people are reading. Does someone have information to that? We may do a little research on that and make sure that we have a clear answer on this, since it's touching election code here.
Are we still addressing the motion, sir?
Yes, and I'll give you the floor, Mr. Bergsman.
I speak against the motion. Having served on the SRC back in Stone Age, it was a powerful tool. Sometimes you get sick, sometimes you can't do it in the, but your representation in your district is very important. And if you're not there, your district's not being represented if you don't allow proxies. Also, another advantage of proxies, it was the first time I went to as a proxy that's received serving for, like a previous committee, and I got some experience in what the SRC is about. And it's a way of helping share the knowledge of how to run the party. So I speak against the motion.
Committee will stand at ease for...
At ease.
Without objection, I'd like Jennifer Hall, RPT, to address the Zoom potentials for taking testimony online.
Hi, so staff is working on right now getting the link up. Sorry, can you, okay. So staff right now is putting up the link from Chairman Cruz so people can go in and put in their information to testify. We are also activating a Zoom room so that they'll be able to go in that Zoom room, so you'll be able to hear them. And the last thing is, the way that we're going to know that they're delegates is the secretary will have access, she has access to that delegate list, so she can look and see before you hear from them if they're actually a delegate or an alternate.
So
as I understand it then, we could, if the committee authorizes online testimony, what would be the timetable if we said, hey, we want to do it? How much time would it be to go active? It would be about 10 minutes is what Jen Hall says. Did you follow that, Ashley? Okay, because I'll lose all the technicals. I'm just trying to keep up with the meeting. So, Mr. McDonald, no, wait, did I have Ms. Headkey on deck, or I can't remember? The point of order was whether this was legal to strike. Ms. Hagler had a little bit more information, and then I'll make a ruling.
So the rule that we read was specific to the state executive committee where it mentions proxies on the state, but when you get to the county executive committee, it specifically says proxy not allowed. So just as for information, it's specific understood.
So I would rule that Mr. Townsend's amendment is in order because I don't read anything there. I have no information to the contrary that just because it's allowed doesn't mean it could not be restricted. So I think his motion was made and seconded, and it's on the floor, and he spoke to it, and we've got several people that want to speak. I didn't see what order they came in. I think I tend to lean on that side, so I'm going to come this way, and we'll just do a loop around.
Jerry Vanderlyn, SD13. We talked about this rule at length in 2018, and my notes indicate that we chose at that time not to change this because the state law specifically talks about proxies in the SREC, both Republican and Democrat. So at that time, we felt that we could not counteract state law. You know, we couldn't make a rule prohibiting what state law specifically allows.
Running SD16. I'm just rolling off of 4 terms on the SREC, and one of the reasons we do the proxy is because the SREC meets 4 times a year. Sometimes, in addition, it has additional meetings when called by the chairman. That's a lot of meetings, and that's a lot of travel, and people do get sick, and people do make plans, and the committee meetings are sometimes not announced more than a few months in advance. So the idea that something as important as the SREC, because what we do is the SREC maintains the work of the convention. Keep that in mind. The SREC is not a unilateral body. The SREC maintains the work of the convention to deal with the exigencies that affect the party throughout the years intervening between conventions. So, the ability to use proxies means that your SREs, that your senatorial district, of which there's 31, is not deprived of one of its 2 potential votes. Secondly, this is indeed how we train future SRECs. If we find, I know myself, I knew an individual in my district, and I couldn't make it because of an international trip planned long before the meeting was called. And I had this individual try it out, and this individual will now be running for SREC. So it is a training thing to broaden our base and to get more and more people involved in the governance of the party. This is probably why the state made that exception for SREC that it does not have for county executive committees or for attendance at conventions. Now let's look at the convention quickly. The convention is a one-time event. It is a one-time event. And the creation of using proxies for one-time events is a
it's a very, very difficult thing because now you basically have people running on behalf of other people for a single time event. The event is scheduled long in advance, in fact, years in advance, because we have to get the facilities, provided we're allowed to meet in person again. So it's not something you can't plan around. So I'm going to argue against this motion. I think it actually will not help. We are not saying the SREC are special super Republicans. What we're saying is that due to the exigencies, due to the commitment, due to the workload of the SREC, we make this ability for them to use proxies. And for most, it's very, very rarely. I've done it twice in 8 years. Now, if somebody uses proxies all the time, we've seen that before, guess what happens to them at the next convention? The district goes thumbs down and gets someone else to take their place. So I again argue that we should maintain the current wording. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We can do it without objection, so go ahead and offer it, and we'll see if we can do it without objection.
It says the use of proxies or proxy voting. I don't have a problem with somebody proxy voting. What I have a problem with is somebody who is not elected by the delegates to come in and make offer up what they feel should be done. They're not elected by the body. If you go out and vote, somebody come in and only vote, I think people do that. But not somebody coming in and take a vote for somebody. It has to go back out for a vote. I'm a city councilman. I go to meetings 2 times a month. So and then we go to budget. We have 8 or 9 meetings a month. It's a workload.
Do you have specific wording to that change?
I think that there's some change. You can make the deal out of the university. They got proxies instead of reps. I would look at 2 years back. The use of proxy voting is allowed. For the political SRC. So you gotta have it just for the only vote for the jack.
I'm going to rule that Mr. Townsend's new motion is not germane. I think we need to dispose of the amendment on the floor. So who is now, Mr. Trevino?
All right, yeah, Fernando Trevino, SD 14. Against this amendment, as you can guess, as an SREC member, but more so I wanted to make the distinction of when we're here at convention as delegates, and we obviously have weighted voting, we have alternates who take places for delegates that don't show up. Those aren't options for the SREC. So when we're not available to be there to vote for our delegates, there is, potentially no one else that can. Over the last week, we've had 3 meetings now that have been very important. One of them, I was at a friend's wedding. The other one was the day of my anniversary, and I got special permission from my wife to be on both of those. If we didn't have proxies, though, and I couldn't make it, then RSD would have been down 1 vote. So I think in this instance, it makes sense for the SRC to have proxies. It doesn't mean that we're special in any sort of way, other than the fact that, as Randy mentioned, we don't, meet once every 2 years. It's not something big plan we can plan around. These come up when they do, and we need to make sure their delegates have representation on the SRC at all times. And I'm going to speak now as a member of this committee, not as the chair. So I've happened to have the privilege to sit between Mr. Dunning and Mr. Trevino for 8 and 4 years, respectively, on the SREC, and they show up, and I show up, and sometimes you get the flu, and it wasn't COVID, but you get the flu and you don't want your district to be down a vote, or something comes up last minute, and because the meetings are held in Austin, unlike in a county, well, it's within your county. If it's a state convention, well, you're already there. So the idea of disenfranchisement, I think, is different on the SREC, and that's why I think the TEC allowed it at some point, because it made sense that if you had a physical meeting that was halfway across, some of the members of this committee drove a heck of a long way to get here, and that's actually true of every single SRAC meeting. We have, a member from El Paso, 2 members from El Paso that have to make that trek, or Lubbock, or Rio Grande Valley, or Beaumont, or all the corners of this great state. And so, they make the sacrifice. They're there, and by and large, SRAC members show up, I would say 80% of the time, and maybe 20% of the time they use a proxy. But, the proxies are there because of that physical meeting that's halfway across a state that's 800 miles in north to south and 800 miles east to west. So I think there's reason for permitting proxies in the SRAC. So now I'm back to being chair, and I'll recognize Ms. Hedke first. Okay, so is there any objection to the withdrawal of the Rule 6 amendment? There being no objection, did you have another amendment on 6? Okay. Ms. Van der Linde. Okay, give us a second and we will find the text.
Yes, sir. I want to add some words to the end of the to the current rule, where these rules specify both male and female representation of the district. A male member must choose a male proxy, and a female member must choose a female proxy. I need a second in order to be able to talk to this.
So a second. Second. Okay, it's open for your discussion.
Okay, to piggyback on Mr. Dunning about a proxy being a training ground for new SRAC members, I, as a member of SD 13, have on a couple of occasions been really irritated when one of my committee members doesn't show up and doesn't show up and doesn't show up because she gives the proxy to the male member, and sometimes vice versa, it's the other way around. And it doesn't inform the district, it doesn't allow the district to participate. But if the male SRAC member identifies somebody who is willing to be his proxy and to come on a regular basis, when he's already, your SRAC member is already seated, but the proxy's in the wings, learning how this thing goes and knowing what the issues are. And now that we have these SRAC meetings online, the proxy doesn't even have to go all the way to Austin unless the committee member is not there. And so this way, we now have two votes instead of one committee member voting for 2 people.
Yes, Mr. Ure.
So I think a lot of people will agree with the idea of having to be bench getting experience. The way that, is there a reason why, the way I read that right now, it seems unusually to unnecessarily like sexual politics and gender. Why would the same objective that you're seeking be accomplished by having people say they have to use the proxy that is not the other SRAC member?
Yes, that would be a friendly.
So if we can't do friendly 20 minutes, but we can do amendments without objection. So is there any objection to changing the format of the amendment on the table to reflect the intent of the mover? Can we get that wording, Ms. Randall? You want to work with Ashley, and let's get that wording right now. Y'all can consult, or you just talk. Yes, Ms. Patrick. Which wording does not exist in the 2020 rules? No, that's her amendment, Ms. Patrick. Ms. Kent, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sandra Kent, SD18. I speak against this motion. I think we're trying to micromanage something. I know my SREC, both committee man, committee woman, if they know that they're not going to be there, they speak to each other. They're a team. I know that there have been committee men and committee women that when they have a proxy, they'll vote both ways because they are following through. I don't think we need to be micromanaging.
Thank you, Ms. Kent. Mr. Dunning. And we're still getting the format on, but I don't want to waste too much time, so Mr. Dunning.
Randy Dunning, SD16, and regardless of how you word the intent of this, one of the things they've done on the SREC is they have set up what's called the default proxy, and it's usually the other member. And the reason that came into play because we've had situations where people have been in car accidents on the way here and not been able to attend. This type of thing, it seems to me to be a little bit overly restrictive. I know I myself, if I have time, I go and find a proxy, and I find a proxy who is someone who I think has demonstrated the kind of leadership in our party and has done things in SD16 that has brought them at least to my attention. But to mandate this will make it impossible when there is a short-term reason that an SREC member could not attend. Or, for example, someone gets caught, they know how much time it takes, they planned ahead, they plan to get there early, and either the flat tire happens, the big wreck on I-35 happens, and they end up an hour or two late. What they will do is they will text in a proxy form to their other member who will act as their proxy until they get in. Or if someone gets a call, like has happened where someone had a family member die in the midst of an SREC weekend, where they quick gin up a proxy, hand it to and have their member, the other member, take care of and cover for them because they've had to leave. If we're going to allow proxies, I believe we need to allow the flexibility to handle the kind of difficult situations which are the main reason why SREC members even appeal to the use of a proxy.
Mr. Offerman, I think you're loud enough for us. So.
I think the key word in this conversation is the word training. As a volunteer organization, we know that we rely on volunteers to meet that need. My study of organizations and this one group, it's very evident that vacancies exist regardless of the reason. That it's often frequent that they go to the closest foreign body there is because it's so hard to find volunteers. I think this motion should be voted against. The proxies question is really a question of foreign bodies and training, not to try to get more participation because the purpose of the organization is participation, not just select.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas, and I'll get you mic because if I don't trip all over boards.
Leslie Thomas, SD23. As a member of SREC, this is my observation. There are some people that are very good at getting them a proxy and having other people have this experience. And then on the other hand, we have the default proxy that if I'm not here, then my counterpart automatically gets to vote in my stead. And that's on file. We only have to file that one time every 2 years. So, but the abuse is, and this is where the grassroots frustration is. The abuse is that the ones that have default are not getting the other members involved. They are automatically going to their default counterpart. And so it's easy. They don't have to get that other person there. And so the grassroots are saying, no, make them get someone else into that seat other than the other counterpart, SREC. So that's what the grassroots are pushing back on in this instance.
Mr. Tate, and then, we'll go around. Mr. Tate, and then we'll take Mr. Moore.
I'll try to speak loud. Fred Tate, SD10. Title 10 of the election code specifies the standard rule on the SREC, right? It specifies gender, but when it comes to the proxy rule, it does not specify gender. I don't believe the SRE that we should pass a rule that could change what seems to be the spirit of what's in Texas election law. And then this rule can also have the outcome of excluding votes from a particular SD, and that concerns me that an SD will lose representation by not having somebody of the right gender at a meeting. And I am not going to support any rule that excludes anybody's representation across the state of Texas in this way.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. Mr. Marty, did you have the floor?
I just wanted to speak against the motion as well, because disenfranchisement representation, especially in rural counties, find the elected SREC members, keep them, especially on their own dime and dollar, driving to Austin all the time, and staying in hotels, everything else, and working as a team. This was designed to be handled in convention, so we keep the rule in place as it is, and if it's not working for that SREC person, they're always sitting in proxy. We need to make sure that they're being voted out and not re-elected next convention.
Thank you, Mr. Marty. Mr. Yule. We can. All those in favor of calling the question, raise hands. All those opposed saying raise hands. Okay, we will proceed to vote. So the question before you is the addition of the strike of inclusive except the SREC. No. That's not part of it. Just the highlight addition of the SREC member. You may not be the other SREC member from that district. That's what you're voting on. All those in favor of approving the amendment say, let's do it by hands. Raise hands. All those opposed, raise hands. Motion fails. Okay, we are back to 6 if there's anything else on 6. Yes, Mr. McCarty.
Greg McCarty, SD1, I rise to make a motion that we amend Rule 6 right there where the cursor is at the end of the highlighted section where it says inclusive, comma, except the SREC. I move we take out the period, put a comma, and insert the wording according to subsection 171.004 open parentheses, alpha, close parentheses of the Texas Election Code.
Do you need that text emailed to you? Could you email that to Ashley, please?
Yes.
Just so we get it accurate. Is there a second? Discussion. Would you like to speak to your motion, Mr. McCarty?
Yes, the purpose of that is so that obviously this has been a recurring theme that's having to be hashed out numerous times because the wording in the legislative code, the Texas Election Code, if you read it, you can tell, you get the sense that the idea of having a proxy is presupposed by the legislators who wrote the law. And so we shouldn't be taking away, it's one of those situations where they didn't spell out every little iota of their thinking in it, but the intent is obviously to allow proxy voting. That's why they put the law in there about allowing proxy voting in the
at the SREC level or at the executive committee level, whichever party it is. So that's.
Thank you. I'm not speaking for or against. I just a quick note that I just saw that I guess in 8E we say subsection 1.71.002 parentheses C, and in just the next page on the paper version of the rules we say section instead of subsection. We've seen some inconsistencies on how we do text election code citations in the rules. So I'm going to suggest, can someone look for that inconsistency? Can I get someone to subsection? Hey, I think I'd like to go back to when we get done with this. Someone remind me when we get to 8E to take care of that cleanup, please. Okay, so we're on Mr. McCarty's motion. Mr. Boersma, you want to speak on it?
I speak against this motion. I found that the law itself has some ambiguity to it. To add that code into the rule implies ignoring it. And while I'm in favor of the rule as it's stated, and in favor of allowing classes, I'm not in favor of implying that the law says they have to be allowed. It doesn't seem so that to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boersma. Someone else to speak on it? Mr. Hinch.
Thank you, Great and Just 12. Tying anything to a statute like that, the government changes, the legislature changes things from time to time. You don't know what you could be tying it to, and all of that. It's unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hinch. Someone else? Amendment on 6.
Can we have the verbiage put up somewhere so you can follow along? I'm waiting on the email I sent out for Susan. Oh, okay.
Mr. McCarty, have you sent an email to abectold@texasgp.org? JT's words can wait. Did you want to make that point? Here, Mr. Flynn.
I mean, we have an overarching rule in 1D that says we go by the TEC, if that makes a difference.
Okay, Mr. Hoffman.
One of the reasons organizations fail is because of proper reporting and responsibility to sign. In this case, one of the concerns I heard was whether SERC members that don't regularly appear at meetings should be voted out, right? Well, I have a model that I call not a report, cannot support. And what I think could be done better in this is that I reference the PPC would be to require an attendance report be issued by the SRAC. That way you always know who is meeting and who's being processed.
And I would suggest Mr. Dunning's point in partial response to that, which is the minutes are an accurate reflection of the attendance of the members. Yeah. Okay. And the YouTube. Yes, Mr. McCarty.
Is it out of order for you to speak again?
No, you have the floor.
Craig McCarty, SD1. Just a quick cursory glance through 38 pages of our current rules. There's numerous examples where the Texas election code is already referenced. There's sometimes by name and sometimes by the exact statute number. And so, yes, it is true that the legislature changes. The legislature, they change the wording of the different statutes from time to time, but that can be addressed in the future if they were to change 171.4A. You're seeing how little seemed to get done this last session. It's doubtful that they would change much of the election code.
You never know. Okay, so, but Mr. McCarty's point means that the motion is in order.
sort of an open wound, a contradiction in our rules, because the way it reads and the way these lawyers read it, there was no requirement for it to be a roll call vote. Yet, let's face facts. Only a roll call vote allows you the ability to run the calculation necessary to vote delegate strength. So therefore, I would like to encourage this body to consider putting this clarification in there so that in future times we don't have district conventions and maybe someday a state convention where the convention is unnecessarily delayed by people trying to invoke this rule to the letter rather than by common sense. So in this case, I would like to inject explicitly the common sense. That is why I bring forth this amendment.
Mr. McDonald.
Information, Christie on SE6, asking that who would be permitted to vote on weight, because it says it's any convention, but then it says except precinct convention or a state convention and congressional district caucuses. So then what's left?
That would be Senate district caucuses at state convention, Senate districts seated in general session, and senatorial and county conventions where precincts would be able to vote their delegate strength. That would be my read. So at least those three. Am I missing anything? Let's see. In any convention. So the sentence says in any convention. So that would exclude county executive committees. Not included, right. So we're on debate on Dunning's motion. Yes.
So would it be simpler if it just said when in Senate districts caucuses, this would be permitted rather than the inverse?
But it would also include the general session. Because the Senate district caucus doesn't exist as such when they're seated on the floor. I mean, I guess we could change the wording, but I think it's more than just the Senate district caucuses. Okay, we're on Dunning. Discussion on Dunning. Yes, Mr. Liccardi.
Is the roll call vote, is that the same as, I'm sorry, Craig Party's SD1, is a roll call vote and a division of the assembly, is that the same concept?
Not necessarily. The roll call vote in a let's think about this. In a Senate district caucus at state convention, a roll call vote would mean that you've got to sub-poll each county and weight it by county. In a SD or county convention, you would have to weight precinct. You would have to weight the precinct votes. That would be my understanding of that.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is with, in a situation where this is invoked, if you've got a roll call, people are going to have to announce their choice as opposed to a secret.
Collectively, I mean, if there's only two, I guess it's 2-0. You know how people voted, but that doesn't preclude there being secret ballots on other questions. Mr. Dunning, did you have information to Mr. Liccardi's question?
Yes, I do.
When we do a roll call vote at the committee of the whole on during the senatorial phase of the state convention, what will happen is the caucus lead will be instructed to take the roll call of their to poll their delegation. And when doing so, they then report out, Mr. Chairman, we have 127 for, 86 against. And so that's, so again, the anonymity is presented there. The same would happen at a district convention when they're called, because they would go and say precinct 2121 reports 5 for, 2 against, that type of thing.
Thank you. Anyone on this? Looking around the room. Are we ready for the vote? Okay, so the motion before you is the addition of, is it comma during a roll call vote? Comma, okay. All those in favor of, Mr. McDonald, do you have something before the vote?
Point of information, President John, SB6, does that particular body want a roll call vote, then we just provide a link and just ask them to vote? They want one?
I think we're back in debate. During a roll call. I don't see an issue there, so. Mr. Liccardi, did you have some?
Yes, Craig Liccardi, SB1. I'll speak in favor of it. I think the issue here is that this would preclude having a voice vote that would be unnecessarily weighted in one direction or the other, whereas this gives you a mathematical reality of what the vote actually is, separate from letter B, which is calling for a roll call vote. This is implementing the weighted voting measures in that roll call vote.
The chair has a question for the maker of the motion. Mr. Dunning, would you be trying to avoid a situation whereby you might be telling sub-portions of a group to yell louder or more quietly based on their voting weight?
No, you really can't do that. See, that's the problem. What we had was during a voice vote, we had a delegation that was very, very large. It was one of the largest precincts. And they demanded that, according to Rule 7, that they be counted by their whole strength. Yet it was a voice vote that went very badly against them. And they did this on every vote. And we had this constant fight. And the parliamentarian, we'd hired a professional parliamentarian, and she said, well, frankly, the problem here is your rule is badly written. And that's what gave me the idea for the last 6 years to try to figure out how I can get this committee to try to fix this so it's better written, so some other future convention does not have to go through and argue that you can't do a weighted vote on anything other than a roll call, where you must go through and poll the entire delegation. You can't even do it with division. That's a standing vote. Do I have to imagine, okay, those empty seats, I've got to partition them? You see, it puts the chairman in a tremendous bind. And so what I'm trying to do is protect future chairmen from being put into this bind by mischievous lawyers or mischievous delegations that wish to, in this case, they were trying to run out the clock for when we ran out of time in the venue, so that the platform wouldn't get advanced to the state convention because they didn't like certain platform elements. So it was a strategy that caused turmoil in a convention, and I'd like to just end that.
Thank you, Mr. Dunning. Any further on this? Okay, let's go to a vote. All those in favor, thank you. All those in favor of adding comma during a roll call, comma, raise hands. All those opposed, no. Show of hands. And motion passes. Okay, before we proceed to the next item of business, couple of organizational things. Number one, Mr. Trevino had a question by email. I wanted to see if you'd gotten us an answer to your question. Trying to find the right link. Can you state your question for the committee?
Are you talking about the form for request?
Right. So does Ashley's, oh, it's on the website.
We're already getting responses.
Oh, great. Does anyone have any questions about that? It sounds like we're in business now. And thank you, Ashley, for working through that and keeping up with committee and amendments and everything else. Yeah, we got it done. All right, so the other piece of information I had for the body that I thought was relevant to our work this afternoon is the meeting call for a 7 o'clock SREC meeting has just been released. Did anyone want to hear that or Will you take, is that sufficient for you? Anyone want to hear the call? The meeting call? The agenda? I think it's relevant to the committee. I'm going to read it. So meeting at 7, agenda 1, rescind location of state convention to adopt the state convention to be held as an electronic meeting under Rule 33. 2, adopt temporary rules of the convention. That's pertinent to us because that's normally something that would fall under us. And then adopt temporary rules of the convention. There's 4 bullet points under. I'll call them A, B, C, and D. A, permit the SREC to hold its pre-convention meeting online. B, permit the temporary organization committee to hold their meetings online. C, permit the temporary credentials committee to hold their meetings online. D, this does not preclude us from adopting rules after the temporary rules committee has provided their report on Wednesday. Does anyone have any questions about that agenda?
So would it be easier to just forego our meeting and? Oh, no.
No, so we would still be reporting to the SREC tomorrow. We would still be reporting our recommendations to the permanent rules committee. So no, the function of this committee is definitely not gone away. And in fact, I would argue that our necessity to write supplementals for the possible switch of a convention that's never been done before puts a great responsibility on us. Mr. McDonald.
First of all, at this point, do we need to put aside the update of the 2018 rules and take up temporary rules of the convention with the knowledge that we're going online, expected it on
We can certainly change the order of business. I don't think we have enough, in my opinion, I don't think we have enough information yet on with the formatting. I'd be afraid that we'd waste a lot of time on supplementals, but I'm happy to look at them if the committee wants to do that. Ms. Hedke.
Can we get a report on that to the committee so we know how to proceed?
That is an excellent idea. I can put in with this committee's consent a formal request to hear a report from somebody. Of course, we'd have to ask who and what the request for information is. So does someone have a specific request that they'd like to state in words? Or you guys want to work on that and be chewing on that? With regard to Ms. Hedke's question about tell us what we need to do. Did I capture that accurately?
Pretty much.
Okay. Mr. McDonald.
Folks, speaking from my experience on the SREC meetings and Zooms, the person who controls the Zoom has a great amount of latitude in who gets recognized and what is discussed and what is not. I would suggest that you consider that the chat be allowed to access to all and may not be shut down. I would further suggest, I suggest that because we need to be able to have backroom chatter. So don't at a convention, you get up and talk and whisper to each other and work things out on the backside. So chat needs to be fully live because that's how you can do it.
I have an opinion on that, but it's not germane to this committee right now, I suppose.
We're setting temporary rules on how this Zoom is going to.
Oh, this is true. Yes, that would make it germane.
We are going to figure this out. Next thing is we have to decide which buttons will be used for recognizing motions, if any. But keep in mind, we learned that there's a limitation to the use of those buttons. If you change from, you got a button being used for point of information, but then you go to a button to be recognized for a motion, they cancel each other out. So, because you can't have two at the same time and the timers go away. So, my suggestion is that interrupting motions are going to have to be put forth in the chat. That is because that way you have a time stamp, and we all know who was first in that order. And it has to be seen by everyone, because if it can't be seen by anyone, it can be said that it didn't happen. Further, with regard to the buttons themselves and the voting, the buttons allow the meeting controller host to see the timing on that button. But it's optional whether the participants see it. It's my suggestion to this body everybody, that timer be seen by everyone, so we know who clicked on what button first.
Okay, so.
Further,
Go
it
ahead.
is suggested, again, and this is gonna require a whole lot of personal discipline, that the mute function, the group mute function not be enabled. I don't know if we will not be able to do that, because that many people talk on each other could be a problem. I can say at the 62 member level, we worked it out, but if you're in a pure mute function, you can't ever speak up. Hopefully, if we enact a pure mute function, the chat being open to everyone and having a timestamp will then provide that opportunity. Also, it'd be suggested that the sergeant of arms would be designated a monitor of that chat function to enforce decorum.
Question for Mr. McDonald.
And acting, yes, sir.
So, since we've got an SRAC meeting in 2 hours, and it sounds like we have a lot of questions to be able to write temporary rules, I would like to proceed with the work on the general rules and not lose too much time worried about our questions, but I think we have very valid questions to, I'm wondering if you would be willing, with a group of other people, to work on those questions for us to consider, so that we can send those forth and have specific guidance on those, since time is ticking and we've got an SRAC meeting in 2 hours. Would anyone like to work with Chris on that? So, and you guys can do it informally. I'm not asking people to form a subcommittee here, but I think we're gonna continue a walk through the rules unless there's a motion to recess. We'll just keep going, and if a small group of you could be working on those questions, so we can get them before this body, by 6:30, which is in an hour and 35 minutes, that would be wonderful. Mr. McDonald.
What do you mean by what?
So you raised a whole bunch of points that need clarification for this body, if I understand you correctly, to write supplemental rules tomorrow for Wednesday to recommend to the SRAC. So you want to ask questions of the SRAC tonight or staff to receive an answer so that we can write supplemental rules to recommend back to the SRAC on Wednesday. Am I capturing that correct?
You're the chairman. I'm trying to understand.
Because I know you had a lot of questions, and I was like, okay, yeah, Chris is saying all these things that have to be done to have a good meeting. I'm wondering if you want clarification on those specific points from the SRAC.
Not really.
Oh.
Honestly, what I'm asking is, do we want to charge to start writing these suggested rules based on SRAC?
Oh, okay. That's different, to start working on them. Are you proposing a work group just to be working on those?
I thought that's what you were possibly charging.
See, I had a different, I misunderstood you. I thought you wanted questions answered by the SRAC meeting at 7 p.m. tonight. So you just need to be wanting to work on these things so we're ready for them tomorrow. Wonderful.
And the knowledge that we're going to an online meeting, that we might want to start crafting a set of rules.
Does the committee want to do this formally or informally? We can create a work group. They can work on it and report back to us individually without any standing. That's perfectly fine with me. I think that
I think that would be a great idea to have people that are in the know sit down, start working on temporary rules that they can bring back to us and we can discuss, and we continue on with the general.
Great. Did you hear Ms. Kent's recommendation? So she says keep trotting through the general rules and get a work group starting on those other questions, so we're doubling our duty here. Ms. Thomas.
I would like to say that we have had a lot of time to think about this while we were on mute.
I would hope that someone would volunteer that is a Zoom expert, because I'm not. If we have anyone that's very well versed.
Yeah, I want to this is going to be in our responsibilities tomorrow. Mr. Tate, Ms. Vanderlyn, are you volunteering or do you have other points? Let me bring microphone to you, Ms. Vanderlyn.
Okay, I'm not by any chance a Zoom expert, but I have been using it a lot. I know quite a bit at this point.
Probably not as much as I need to, but I think I have enough to lead the group. So do I have volunteers to be part of the group?
Mr. Chairman, you would designate who you want to be in charge of that group.
Yes.
It's my preference that this be done informally. I'm going to recommend that Mr. McDonald and Ms. Vanderlyn work together. Does one of you have a preference who wants to be spokesperson?
So I'll leave it up to the work group, and anybody else raise your hand if you want to volunteer Mr. Wright. I would recommend that you work with these fine individuals. And I got out of turn, Mr. Tate. Did you? Okay, are we ready to come back to general rules then? Does anyone else want to raise hand to get themselves in a work group with Mr. McDonald, Ms. Vanderlyn, Mr. Wright, were you affirmative on that? Yes. And Mr. Russo, Ms. Kent, are you in on that?
Actually, I think Amy was.
Ms. Hecke?
Yeah.
All right, you guys are tasked informally with working on this so that we can be ready whatever comes down. Are we ready to proceed with general rules, Mr. Russo? Are we still on 7, or are we ready for 8?
We have to call the vote.
Did we vote on, during the roll call, I believe we did, and it passed? Okay. So we're, nothing on the floor except consideration of rules. So, Mr. Russo, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, we move sentence in section A, a county executive committee may authorize voting to fill precinct chair vacancies via mail or email. Leave that with unsection C. It just doesn't fit in my opinion with the way I think it is germane, but it has to be unsection C. Just to make a clarification of the local power, I think it gets lost in the casting of votes.
So the motion is to move the sentence that's struck through and move it to a new section C. We have a second. Do you want to discuss?
I just think that in the error gets lost, and I think that it doesn't, and we talk about ways it confuses the reader, and I believe that it just makes more than any sense to put up an actual simply to the board as well, that makes it more clear to the public.
Is there any issue with the paragraph that follows being confusing for following that? Do you have an opinion on that? Okay, so motion is seconded, and it's been moved that it be moved. No one caught my move that it be moved. Thank you. Well, I can't see everybody. All right, who wants to speak on this besides Mr. Russo? Oh, below the in the event. Announce the result at the very end of Rule 7.
That doesn't fall.
Will you come in? Will you approach the front and work with Ms. Bechtold? Make sure we got in the right place. Anyone want to speak to it while we're getting in the right place? Even though we don't know where it is yet, Mr. Yu? I think it's semi-substantive. So we'll take it on its face. But do you guys have any more discussion on it, or can we vote on the move? Okay, let's vote on the move. All those in favor of moving this to a new
ballots and just vote. We'll know where it is after we vote on it. Let's wait till we get it up there. Oh, it's good. Okay, I didn't catch it. Is that what that? Okay.
That doesn't, it shouldn't be a C after you stop A, B, then you have a separate paragraph, and you all of a sudden come with a C. It doesn't make sense.
Well, it's a continuation of the B is how I read that. Yeah, it's just, I read it the same way. So I think it's in order to put it in order right there. We're slightly less confused than we would have been. Okay, so we're ready for the question. Yes, we see where it is. All those in favor of making the move as shown, as new C, raise hands. All those opposed, raise hands. And motion carries overwhelmingly, and we are done with that. Anything else on 7? Yes, Mr. Murray.
What information should we add this rule here for electronic voting? Talking about that, is that going to bring this up?
So, okay, to be clear, if the SREC makes recommendations that would be under temporary and emergency changes, we are completely free separately to make recommendations permanently that would be in effect after the adjournment of this convention. So, but what we do in the general rules would not affect this convention. However, what we do in the supplemental rules, convention rules, definitely would govern the specifics of how the rulings that the SREC makes for temporary and emergency rules. We would have to affect those changes in their specifics through the supplemental rules. Ms. Hedke.
Just information, you have that request for the 7 amendment on the spreadsheet. Are we taking that up now?
If somebody on committee moves it, we will.
I'll move it.
Mr. Bergmo, is your point relevant to that, or did I cut you off there?
I had a question for the information.
So you may ask the question of me, and then I'll direct it to Ms. Hedke.
Well, not pertinent to Don.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Are we in a position to add proxy for electronic voting? Like in the last few months, we couldn't meet executive.
Who is we? Oh, is it an county executive committee?
It's the law. They won't take people.
Yeah, that's.
So we did a Zoom meeting, and it wasn't strictly put in the law. We had business to do.
So I would be in order after, I think, I let Ms. Hedke make her motion, so we'll get you on the, don't let me forget you, Mr. Bergsma. Ms. Hedke, you have the floor.
Yes, I'd like to move that Eric Blake's full movement that he posted and submitted to the form. And also, I don't know, is this the right time to allow him to speak to his motion to his
Yeah, you can make a motion to allow testimony under the, so we're kind of opening the. All right, is there any objection to 2 minutes for Mr. Blake to explain his proposal? Hearing no objection, Mr. Blake, we got a timekeeper Reagan. Someone to keep time. And I'll give you a few seconds by identifying you as Eric Blake, SD22 Ellis County. Is that correct?
I am Eric Blake,
You have 2 minutes. Thank you. Why don't we have Ms. Hedke read the amendment? So 7, I'll read it. 7, proposal to add a bullet C. I guess that would be a different place now. So we'll make the clerical correction. It would be a new bullet, and I'll read it before we get it up here. For any party meeting holding one or more office or elections where more than 2 candidates might be running for the same office, the body may approve by simple majority at the beginning of the meeting to use range voting for multi-candidate elections in that meeting. When range voting is used, each voter assigns a value to each candidate between 0 and the number of candidates running, and may assign the same value to more than one candidate. The winner of the election is determined by the candidate receiving the largest total among all votes cast. Thus, range voting
eliminates the need for a runoff election that would otherwise be required if no candidate obtains a majority. I'm going to rule a part of this out of order. I think the best phrasing is explanation and not a substance of the rule. So I'm going to rule that what's on the table here is everything from forward to cast as soon as we get it up on the screen. But if there's no objection, we'll allow. Mr. Wright, did you have a intervening? I'm not sure. Are we ready for Mr. Blake? Okay, Mr. Blake, you have 2 minutes.
Range voting is a way to avoid runoff elections. Runoff elections are expensive. It costs time. People are annoyed by it. When you vote for one candidate and nothing else, you lost information. Range voting can give you information. You rank all of the candidates in one vote. You can say, I like all of them as equally, I just like all of them equally except for this one. And whoever gets the most votes, because everybody ranked all of the candidates, you have all of the information to know who is the most popular candidate. You will say, fine, if you allow range voting, but because it is an extension beyond Robert's rules, we have to have it in the rules as something we would permit. I ordered it to be opt-in, not required. The body has to opt into it at the beginning of the meeting, but like the idea.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Blake?
Yes.
Mr. Opperman.
Rangevoting.org is a website that shows there are various states. I want to say Maine uses it in their civic elections. Texas does not yet use it, but there are several states that use it. It has been tested with political scientists telling that there is no 100% fair voting scheme. But range voting is closer than anything else, and majority voting, which we currently use, or plurality voting, is one of the least fair. I am not affiliated with the website.
Let me take Thomas Taylor and Donald York. Ms. Thomas. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll meet you halfway.
I don't know if y'all know this, but this is a national push, and they actually did studies, and they found that this manner of voting is the fairest in that it preserves your first and then your second. It preserves the voters' preferences according to first, second, and third, and so that you will be more likely to have like a second person that you really like to be up there on the candidate. Anyway, all I'm saying is that I've been following this, and it's getting steam, and I think Colorado is very involved in it. So if y'all write it down, just keep paying attention, because this is coming across the United States, this push.
Clarification question for Ms. Hedke, and then Mr. Blake, if you could just remain available, and we'll direct questions through the chair. My question for Ms. Hedke is, is it your intent that this be a new D? Or did you want to move it somewhere else? I just wanted to make sure we're putting in. It's your motion. Just tell us where you want it. So we're putting it where it is on the screen. And it's, okay. I think I said I would take Ms. Hagler. Who did I say I was after Ms. Hagler? I'll come back to you, Colonel Casillas. We'll do Hagler, McDonald, Yor, and then back to Casillas.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman, I don't feel like this is a rule that we can make for our party, because it's something that would be legislated for the election folks, and we either need to have this in the platform, that we want our legislators to pass this, or we need to go lobby our legislators during the session, but I don't see this as a rule that we can make as a party.
This is when we're casting votes for party meetings and conventions, so
we don't have the ability to vote by ranking even for SREC.
hang on, let's so you're raising a point of order, Ms. Hagler? I'm reading this under the, let's see where it is in the rules. So this
does not have to do with public elections. This has to do with general rules for conventions and meetings. So this would be Republican parties at the state, county level, conventions from precinct up to state. That's how I'm reading it. If someone can point out a specific provision in election code hop ahead of me, I'm not seeing anything that would cause me to rule it out of order on initial glance here. So got a lot of people backed up on this. I think I promised, is it McDonald, York, CS, Dunning, Vanderlyn? Am I missing anyone? Okay, so this is going now to, who did I just say? Mr. McDonald, yeah. And I'll direct the question to Mr. Blake without objection. Mr. Blake. Repeat the question. Mr. McDonald, repeat the question.
At this point, I cannot affect state rules. I can only affect party business, but the parties should be free to run our business within the bounds we want, insofar as it does not conflict with state law. I would also like to push state rules. That's legislative priorities. I can't do that here.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. I think we're going to Mr. York.
Sometimes that will be a choice of what not to do between two other people that may not be my taxes. I mean, I don't know. But sometimes we can do that right off. And that doesn't matter. You know, if I never see what that my fellow constituents chose, it changes the way I see those candidates. Right? Give me a, I'm obviously not possible, but I can see what's actually possible inside. Right? How is range voting affect that?
You are correct. Range voting eliminates the biases possible by second voting. When you don't have runoff, you can't see the bias based on first round. But because everybody voted the candidates that they wanted the most, if you have two candidates you like, rank the vote for, rank the other two candidates 0. Then those two candidates will either percolate to the top or they won't. But your candidate will have the full weight of your support.
So I'm not arguing for the is it important for us as voters to see? I mean, yeah, you're right, it doesn't affect. We're not affected by the bias of the other voters. But isn't that important to us as voters to see what we think?
If you value seeing your vote biased by what other people have voted, then don't take range voting. But don't take anything else. Don't take opposite voting.
Okay, so I'm going to Dunning, Vanderlyn, no, sorry, go Casillas in that order. Thank you. Let me go Casillas, Dunning, Vanderlyn, Russo. Mr. Casillas.
I speak against the motion and intend to vote against it. Having a runoff is critical to getting more information to the voter. I live in CD 23. We're having a runoff election to the 14th. We have 2 Republicans vying for that, and now we're listening after many debates who's for closed border, who doesn't support a closed border, who's really conservative and who's not so much conservative. So these runoffs bring the opportunity to listen and get in detail what that candidate is offering or not offering. And when we take that away from the people, we're hurting ourselves. So I intend to vote against it. I urge you to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunning. And then you can give it to Ms. Vanderlyn. Thank you, Vanderlyn, SD 16. Be careful what you ask for. Many times, things that change how we do our main elections start in the parties. We started term limits within our parties before term limits started percolating out into the regular election space. Let me tell you a horror story. California has range voting. And they've pretty much gotten rid of their primary system, and they just put up the range voting so the Republicans get wiped out summarily. I think there
dangers in this. Everybody's looking for a political silver bullet. They determine this a political silver bullet. It actually isn't. It actually mathematically biases against you being able to accumulate good people in your legislature. Because if there's more bad people than good people, the numbers are always against you, and term limits will coarsen rather than refine your legislature or your body that you're electing. I think there's dangers to this thing too. I agree with the gentleman who spoke just a moment ago about how important it is to lose the runoff to recalibrate your thinking. If you've got 4 people running and the 2 people you really kind of like both get axed in the first round, those additional other 2 people, you haven't considered them. You might have even considered arguing against them. You have not had a positive reason to vote for them. But now, because of the art of the possible, you now have to consider one of these 2 people. So that now you must consider their strengths and weaknesses afresh. You don't get that benefit with range voting. I can see some value in it, but I also see dangers. I'm an engineer by living. I make missiles, and you should be glad that a missile engineer likes to think about, more than anything else, what could possibly go wrong. And so looking at this type of proposal, I have to ask myself, what could possibly go wrong? And I've already seen one example of this, and it's called the state of California. So I'm going to strongly recommend we not adopt range voting with our party.
I agree with Mr. Dunning wholeheartedly. I'm simply going to add, when it comes to the money that we spend on elections, for me, the money we spend on elections is the first priority of government. I want to protect my right to vote. The other thing is that I want protected the right to a runoff election. If my candidate did not win, then I want a second opportunity to vote for somebody in a runoff election. I do not like this range voting at all because it strips me of that second opportunity to get out there and get somebody as close to what I want as possible.
Ms. Vanderlyn, I think I had Mr. Russo, Mr. Wright, Ms. Avalez. We'll just go this way, and then I'll come back to Ms. Hickey. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I think we're going with Russo, Avalez, Tate.
I have a question for Mr. Wright to clarify. Is this the usage of what they're readopting the current 2020 Democratic presidential candidates to support?
I'll let Mr. Blake answer.
According to sources that I read, it states that, so I'm concerned, and that's usually a good idea. So I'm concerned. But with that being said, how
votes? If not, we'll go to Ms. Alvarez. Can y'all hear Ms. Alvarez without playing? Thank you, Ms. Alvarez. Mr. Cade. And did I have people on this side on hold? I did have Ms. Headkey, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Inch. Mr. Cade. Ms. Headkey.
I brought this forward on behalf of Mr. Blake, so you can all hear and here. As far as I'm not married to this language at all. I'm not married to this option. However, I will point out that on this particular motion, this is just a party scheme. We're not getting into our election code on stuff like that. This is an optional thing. A body may adopt this if they want to. I do agree with Mr. Dunning that if California is doing it, maybe it's not a great idea, which is one of the reasons I'm against term limits. And if Democrats are doing it, maybe we should, which is why I wanted an in-person convention and not an online survey. So I hope we'll keep that in mind in our SRC meeting tonight. Other than that, I'm okay with this, but like I said,
SD. I think I said I'd go to Mr. Inge, and then I see Mr. Offerman.
Again, Peyton Inge, SD12. Here's where I think it bites you. If you got election where three people, Donald Trump and Joe Biden and Kanye West, and so Biden gets 48 and Donald Trump gets 47 and 5, you would have a runoff normally, and probably since Kanye West is running on Donald Trump's platform with just a different name, those 5 probably come to Donald Trump in a runoff, and he wins instead of losing.
I think I put, Mr. Offerman.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call the question.
Motion to call the question. All those in favor of moving the previous question, say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. And the ayes have it. And we proceed on the motion, which is the addition of the language shown in 7D. All right, all those in favor of the language in 7D, raise hands. All those opposed to the language in 7D, raise hands. Motion fails. Okay, we're still on 7 if anyone has anything else. Okay, yes. Oh, time. You want to say something about it? 10-minute break. Motion for a 10-minute break. Any objection? We stand in recess till 5:41 p.m. Yeah. We just say lunch. Just a thought. We're out of session now, so I'm just talking to you, Chris. It makes sense to me to, if people want to do dinner during the SREC, then the unfortunate ones of us who. Yeah. Okay. I could do a proxy, although all the people I know from my district here are either sitting next to me or on other committees. I think it's an electronic call, Chris. Yeah, it's an electronic meeting. Yeah, we'll see. Let's get a temperature of the body when we come back. Let's decide that when we get back in. It sounds like there's. So, you can do it. I don't know. How are you? What the changes is for testing. So this is that we written this post. It's in lieu of. So that was the right way to do it. We did. That was this. Blake submitted the form. She moved it, opened up the testimony. You could also move, like someone in the committee could say, hey, I'm seeing something interesting here. It's up on the we're just going to talk. See if they want to talk. So you're seeing the spreadsheet, right?
I've seen the spreadsheet.
Okay, so keep the spreadsheet.
Wait. Maybe not.
This is what I'm looking at.
Okay, yes.
So, like, we've got, well, they've submitted testimony. If they want to testify, we'll hear them. We can hear testimony before we have a motion. That's an order. Or someone can make a motion and then hear testimony. I mean, I'm doing it.
Nobody else here. Assume.
When it's up in the sequence, 8, right? So lots of people are going to talk about 8. This one's an 8. Okay, you just make a motion.
Just make a motion.
I mean, that's what we did in 1 through 7, right? People on committee just made motions. You're free to. And if you have someone that you want to testify on the motion, you can game it to like. Yeah, I have to put that on.
And I will tell you that
decide how you want to take them up, I'm gonna open, I'll just open it up to 8 and let people.
So are we just doing?
Because I know when I say 8, it's
Okay.
unless I hear a motion that says we're going to do.
A before B.
My understanding of the series before
But you got real late in the, okay, and then.
and someone could make a point of order, and I'll say that my ruling was that we went to 5.
I feel like the way we're systematic, I feel like we need to get them back in the gallery and let somebody make a motion to speak to it and let us go. Are we supposed to be debating the things we can bring them back here?
I would prefer that we not do it.
I'm thinking that they should stay for 2 minutes and sit down.
We'll have them do that, and if someone has a question, they need to direct it to me.
They wouldn't allow me until 5:30. Straight up 5:30. And I go, it's $7 up to 5:30. And then it's 20.
You cheapskate, you fiscal conservative, you.
I'm paying $30 a day.
And I got to do that.
I was thankful that I got wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, so someone can, anyone in the community.
As a matter of fact, we just spent too much time talking about something that we all agreed on. It's like, somebody call the stinking questions. Yeah, the parliamentarian qualification.
Yeah, just gotta.
He's got it done. Short guy that's kind of bald.
You know, I think we need to.
Yeah, I just didn't know, I didn't see all this.
Oh, no. Yeah, he's a parliamentarian with a parliamentary experience.
Okay, thank you. You are.
We normally in the motion,
You have to pay
and
two clerks.
I remember referring
There's
to
so
the
much
part.
stuff coming in. And I told him 5 days ago to make sure we didn't do this. I said, everybody's
I
gonna need
saw
a
a flash on the
microphone.
screen, I was like, yeah, I want to talk about it.
Everybody's gonna need a microphone.
Now, he did send an email that everybody should bring an extension cord.
Yeah, the extension cord was yesterday after I started on my way here. Because I told him, if y'all would give us extension cords, I'll do my own Wi-Fi. But I got it backwards. I got the free Wi-Fi.
You need me to bring you a cord
No,
tomorrow?
they're taking care of me now. So, yes. I'm happy I can get all the compliments. Oh, that'd be cool. You want one of these?
So, okay, I've only given horses twice. One time I had the flu, the other time was the flu. So I don't do it very much, but there are people who do it. Lots of people do it more than one time. It's rare. So, you guys are all I expect you, but this way I would ask. You can't make a deal and say, I'm not going to give you my proxy as my but if you do that, I think it's like if I send you to the grocery store, obviously it's cookies.
So I've been to see.
And I'm not arguing with the wisdom of all the existence of it, but I think that it probably was created just which we've done in the last few months, yeah, but we had never done 2 meetings until then.
We're going to council meetings by Zoom.
Necessity is the mother of invention. So I think process is like, then you can do it on Zoom. Maybe the following I mean, I guess I've got a bias because I've seen it in practice. I did my markers. Well, that roll, that kept changing. Always in flux and roll. I got two on there.
Oh, that's so sweet. I got two fans.
Bobby Everly. Yeah, how are you doing? What's that? Yeah, I was really active in politics. State legislature in 2006. And then I focused more on Republican commentary and strategy and communications and stuff. So that's what I do. That's my job. Yeah, I've got I run a political website that I've run for like 20 years. It's called USA. But then I also have shows on YouTube, and it's Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, and then on Saturdays we do a live show. National. Yeah, I'm a national issues guy. So I'd be happy to text you the link, or you could just go on YouTube and search on the game.
On that one, I did.
It's just just search on the link and you like today's show.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's why I did. That's why I walked around. Even more room, really, Dave? Yeah, yes. But Mark is way back. I'm giving. I have three of these. So I'm keeping one. I'm giving one. I said this is a physical reminder that this guy had to be. Oh, absolutely. The whole party. I said, I don't mean just the Texas party, but the whole party. So, not this area, Vegas. So many times the last one. Oh, sorry. Hello, committee. It's huge. But they give you your circuit. Thank you for watching. I appreciate Everyone's got a, that's what every society is. We all make decisions on our own. It's 5:43. We're 2 minutes after our short break. We need to get back in order here. I think we're waiting on a couple people, but let's get seated and ready to go here. back, while we're waiting on people to filter back, Mr. Everly and some of the others wanted to get some firm question answered on dinner. We did have a late lunch, but we do have an SRAC meeting at 7. Chair notes that probably about a third of this committee is on the SRAC, but we do have proxies if possible. So unfortunately, all the people I'd give proxies to are either sitting next to me or on committees. So, oh, you have to be there. No, I might give you my proxy.
Can we take a quick poll of how many members of this committee will be participating?
Yeah, let's get temperature. How many people would want to recess for that SRAC meeting, given that it has consequences to our actions? How many people here would want to recess for SRAC meeting? Ashley, could you get a count, please, just informally here? That looks like a pretty clear majority. Sure, you have a choice. Actually, I would suggest that the committee that was going to work on rules changes, suggestions for supplemental rules, that you guys start activating on that. I might task someone to sort of lead that and let them have the microphone. And do we want to do that formally or informally? Ms. Hedke, did you want to serve on that work group as Ms. Vanderlin's question?
I did, but I'm proxy on the meeting tonight.
Why don't we inform the members to be working on language together while we're in recess? And I would direct you to start looking at the supplemental rules and be considering some of the considerations that Mr. McDonald brought up and those made by other members. So that is the chair's suggestion to those who are not attending the SRAC meeting. Those who will attend the SRAC meeting will be otherwise occupied. Is that good? Ms. Hedke.
Are we still planning to meet till like midnight tonight if we're off the SRAC meeting by then? Big if.
Okay, let's talk about that. So what is the, we're losing time, but we can't be in two places at once, so we've got competing interests here. Okay, so let's consider that. If we meet until 10, what does this committee want to do? We could make coming back contingent on SRAC being in session or not. You won't.
Is it possible when you send a blast email to all of us or text to let us know when you're out?
You can give us a time certain to decide if we're going to call back in order. This is not a year of precedence. This is a year of breaking precedence. But that is losing a lot of committee time if we say, hey, we're done at 7. Mr. Offerman?
Just a question, and that is, would you be able to assign the chairmanship of the committee?
I would be willing to assign it to a vice chair.
Mr. Flynn?
What? No, secretary.
Oh, you're secretary? So you're not going to be here either.
Right.
Can we get a show of hands of how many people are attending the SRAC meeting from this committee?
Is that about half? Almost half? That blows the quorum, exactly. So it's subcommittee or bust? Or work groups or bust? Mr. Offerman?
Or parliamentary work? Isn't the requirements for a quorum the majority of those in attendance?
I don't believe I've ever seen a temporary committee quorum. Does someone have a rule citation on that, Mr. Wright?
Rule citation, if we
Did what specifically? Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. So, what is the will of the body? Do you guys want formal or informal?
Formal, continue working.
Formal so that delegates can testify.
That would be an option. Would the committee like the appointment of a non-SREC vice chair to do that?
Yes.
Yes. Nomination?
Yes.
Let me make sure that.
I nominate Dwayne Wright. He knows parliamentary procedure and has led meetings before.
Okay.
Second that.
So since we don't have organizational information on creating a vice chair, I'm going to appoint Dwayne Wright vice chair of this committee and allow him to hear testimony. And I would ask him to hear testimony while we're out during the SREC meeting. We will keep Mr. Wright informed of where the SREC is at. And do you guys want a time trigger that if the SREC is still meeting as of X time, then the committee adjourns until 8 a.m. tomorrow?
Yes. Affirmative.
Okay.
11 p.m.
I would recommend Jack Barcroft.
Jack Barcroft.
Is 10 or 10:30 around the right neighborhood for a cutoff?
Yeah, because if we come back in, then we've got to get back in the flow, right? Does the committee have a preference? Raise hands, 10 or 10:30? 10.
10:30. Well,
Ms. Hedke.
it's not so much to get back in the flow. The committee's already working. We would just take our seats and just
And keep going.
put on our big gold pennies and jump in.
Point of information.
Mr. Barcroft.
Votes are taken while some of us are gone.
No, just testimony. Yeah, they wouldn't have the quorum, so they couldn't take votes.
No, they do have a quorum because you have the majority of those in attendance. Only 6 will be gone. So there'd still be a majority of those.
Well, unless you consider attendance that we were in attendance during the other parts of the meeting.
Well, even let's just say there are 20 and 6 are gone, then that's still a majority.
Ms. Hedke, and then Ms. Thomas.
I'm going to say the same thing, the same argument that I made for having an in-person convention. If I can't be here to argue what I want on a rule change, the committee still needs to get the work done because we've got a ton of work to do. The party has a ton of work to do and we don't have time to do it. So even though this is the kind of decision that I would not like, which is why I got on the rules committee, because there were rules I wanted to fight for, but there's a lot of stuff going on. The committee needs to keep working. We should jump in when we can and keep the momentum going.
Agreed.
Okay, and the complication here is that what the SREC is doing has effect on this committee. I would like.
And if there's no quorum, what would we be doing everything over again with the missing members?
Mr. Flynn, did you have something, or did you want to stand at ease for a second? We'll stand at ease for a minute.
Yeah, this one is, okay, so this is saying one of the rules is pro-life accountability.
That's one of the.
Well, that's going to be about like the Rule 43.
Right.
Yeah, well, all I have is
He actually had a question.
Like, that's the craziest, and I was like, that's what my super.
Okay, thank you for holding. We're just coordinating all the pieces here, make sure that we're all on the same page. So I am appointing Dwayne Wright, Vice Chair of the committee. He will continue the meeting at as soon as people leave for SREC. He's going to focus on taking testimony so that we can hear delegates, and anything that the remaining members should approve, we'll be open to revisit that as a full committee. So we're going to proceed on those lines. Yes, Mr. Marty.
That is still maintained. We won't have a quorum, so we can only do testimony.
You may have a quorum.
We will have a quorum.
You may have a quorum.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to have 16 people here.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Townsend.
No, 50% of all people in your
Going to directly affect this entire committee and everything that we do from here on out. I would like to propose that we find some way that those who can't go to that meeting somehow physically be able to watch that meeting here.
I can watch it streaming.
Streaming here and maybe ordering pizza so that we don't have to have you guys come back and explain to us what just occurred.
And if the remaining members want to petition the vice chair to do that when he's got the chair.
Chairman, we need to listen to testimony, and this will be the only chance we'll really have.
Yeah, we do need to get through some testimony. Would y'all rather hear testimony in the next hour or start working on 8?
While y'all are in SRC, right now we can do real business.
Yeah. All right, let's continue then. So Mr. Dwayne Wright will conduct meeting in my absence and that of the other SREC members, and we'll keep you guys in the loop, and he'll stay in the loop, and we'll get through some delegate testimony because we do want to hear delegate testimony. Is there any objection to the plan? Okay, we're going to do that. Thank you, guys. We are now on 8. 8 is multi-parts. The way I structured my can be in any sequence, and chair recognizes Ms. Hagler.
She has something on the 7. Can I wait till you come back to 8?
Yes, if we have something on 7, I hadn't
I'm
closed.
just looking at the delegate, at the spreadsheet for amendments.
Yes,
This says, another one by Eric, an amendment to Rule 7 to add a new bullet for any party meeting where online participation is permitted. Scrolling. A vote from an online participant shall have the same force as a party. I can't read the whole thing on the spreadsheet.
yeah, you can if you pull down the.
And if you click on it.
You have to click it down and pull. Which line is it? Ms.
The
Head?
last one?
It's the last one.
It's the one that starts amendment to Rule 7 to add a new bullet D for any party meeting where online participation is permitted. A vote from an online participant shall have the same force as a party from an in-person participant. Did you want to hear testimony on that, or did you want to go ahead and move it and then hear testimony? What's
I
the?
figure we move it, get it over with.
Okay, so it's moved. Is it seconded? Do y'all need that again? Do you need the language?
I'm putting it on right now.
Mr. McDonald.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman, where is that document?
I sent it through email.
What's it called?
Do you remember what time the email was sent?
I'll find it.
The document is called Republican Party of Texas - Temporary Rules Committee Suggestions for Amendments.
An hour ago, it's an Excel sheet.
Yeah, and it's line 11, Mr. McDonald, when you get there. Okay, so motion has been made. Is there a second? Are y'all waiting for it? You need a minute? Second. Okay, so it's on the floor. Ms. Hudke, would you like to be recognized?
I would defer any questions to Eric.
Okay, so we're hearing testimony. Any objection for 2 minutes to Mr. Blake? 2 minutes. Begin now.
Correct the word. Near the end, I wrote party, I meant vote. This comes up in concern with the fact that we've had to start having Zoom meetings for our county executive committee meeting. And we had a meeting where we didn't have quorum because there were 3 people in the office and everybody else was online. We didn't have quorum. We couldn't conduct business. By allowing online people to vote with the same way as being in person, you could allow business to go forward and still count the vote for those. I know the SRAC has done that. This is to make it global to any level in the party.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Blake. Mr. Townsend.
As a council member, one of the things that we did is we passed an ordinance that allowed us to have the chair and one other person be in a physical location, and everybody else on the council can go in via the Zoom meeting, and we all go ahead and vote. That establishes the form. As long as we had the mayor in our case and one other council member present, then that requires for us to be able to fairly see this.
Sandy
Thank
Kent, SD18, speaking against this motion.
Can y'all hear Ms. Kent from over that corner? Does she? Okay, proceed.
Okay. Sandy Kent, SD18, I speak against this motion. What we're looking at are rules for convention, not rules for doing business. Your organizational meeting, you can set up anything you want in your bylaws that's not outside the scope of the TEC. So I speak against it.
For point of information, this is for amendments for conventions and meetings.
This is all Republican Party level.
Yeah, so right. This applies for all conventions and meetings. That would mean executive committee meetings. The point is well taken.
But organizational meetings are set to set bylaws per each county, so we can set whatever bylaws we want with our CEC, correct?
As long as they don't conflict.
As long as they don't conflict
Yeah.
with TEC.
Which they currently do.
They currently do, or the proposal would, Mr. Marnie?
Sorry, currently you can't have an online convention even if you decided to pass it in your own county because the state rules don't allow it.
Right, except the emergency ones.
Right.
Right.
So even if you wanted it now, you couldn't have it because it's against TEC. So it's another reason not to vote for it.
Mr. Bergsma.
Yeah, I support this motion. We were put in a box, where we had to have party activity, party business, and it was against the law to meet. And so we held a Zoom meeting and did all sorts of things to try to CYA, but nevertheless, strictly speaking, it wasn't according to law. And so I support this to allow, in a circumstance, if the county chooses to do it in a situation, allow them to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Bergsma. Who else will speak on this? Mr. Marnie.
Thank you. Eric Marnie, SC30. Just want to propose possible change in wording here instead of participation, because we may have public meetings, everything else, we're technically participation is anybody who can join or observe, to something more of a committee member.
Do you have specific wording?
Yes, Jack.
Mr. Barcroft?
Jack Barcroft, SD24. I
word participation to voting.
Can we do that without objection? No objection? Okay, so we'll change that to voting. Yes, Mr. York.
So it was my understanding that the SREC had to pass an emergency rule to allow online participation in SREC meetings. Is there not a Texas Election Code prohibition against online meetings?
I don't believe there is. Hopefully there isn't, because we've been doing it. So, and the way it went, it developed was that we had an online meeting that had to be ratified in person to permit further online meetings. And then so the further online meetings didn't have to be ratified in person. So after that first group of them, it's been about 5 or 6 since the beginning of COVID. Yeah, so the first one had to ratify that we could do it, and then all of the subsequent ones did it online. Did I see hand on this side? We disposed of the amendment. The secondary amendment, yeah. Oh, so we can take yeah. All right, so we're back to the original amendment as amended. Mr. Offerman.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to make a question, and the question is, this is in rule number 8. Rule number 8 is part of the...
We're in 7.
We're in 7, okay. Rule 7, that's right, I apologize. All right.
Yeah, she's getting
the general rules. Okay, so my thinking is to organize this properly, we need a separate section altogether for electronic meetings. That's why I'm not going to vote in favor of this. I think the first order of business is to set up a separate section of the rules just for electronic to parallel the in-person.
Do you have a suggestion of where you might want to put that, or you want to come back to us on that, or?
I'll come back to you on that. But
probably need to reference that to 7, but we have a current motion on the floor.
Yeah, we do have a current motion, so we'll dispose of the current motion. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, so the motion before you is the language in D as amended, so the amendment as amended. All those in favor, Ms. Hagler.
Point of information. If you'll look at Rule 7, line A, the 3rd and 4th line say the vote of each member shall have equal weight, so it's already covered by Rule A in this section of Rule 7.
Are you raising a point of order?
Yes, sir, point of order that this
I would rule that it is germane to this section. Okay, are we ready for the question? All those in favor of making the amendment, the words added for a new D under 7, raise hands. And those opposed now raise hands. The ayes have it. Okay, so we're still on 7 if anyone wants it. We ready for 8? Yes, Mr. Dunning. And then I'll take Mr. Liccardi.
I'd like to, in response to some text messages and emails I have received, that he neglected somewhat with the amendment I added, and that is secret ballot votes, which also were, I would like to move to add.
Where are you wanting to go, Mr. Dunning?
Remember where I added during the roll call vote, I would like to ask for a roll call vote or a secret ballot.
Okay, so we're going to take this as a new amendment. The motion is in order. State the motion again for Ashley.
Add to during a roll call vote, add the words or a secret ballot vote. 7A.
So after the new addition of during a roll call vote, Mr. Dunning is amending to add the words or a roll call vote. Or a secret ballot vote. Before the comma, Mr. Dunning?
Yes.
Yes. Or, so after vote in red, and before the comma, you're adding or a secret roll call vote. Secret ballot vote, thank you. And put a comma after that and kill the one before or. Okay, so that's a motion before you. Is there a second? Mr. Dunning, you may speak to your motion.
Okay, it was brought to my attention by those actually watching our proceedings that secret ballot votes also carry the ability to have the weight of the entire body, and so that by only saying roll call vote, we endanger secret ballot votes. I'm not sure that's entirely true, but I think for safety's sake, I'm willing to make this amendment so that it is completely clear that we're not trying to take away anything from anyone. We're just trying to make sure we don't have people trying to make the weighted assertion for things where there's no possible way of calculating that.
Question for Mr. Dunning. Would the effect of your amendment change in any way the way that caucus ballots are counted at conventions? No. Thank you. All right, discussion on Mr. Dunning's amendment. Are we ready for the question? All those in favor of adding the words or a secret ballot vote, comma, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. Okay, anything else on 7?
Yes.
Mr. Liccardi, you're recognized.
Clarification, in number 7, under B, sorry, 7B, number 7, it says for final adoption of any SRAC bylaw standing rule, any amendment to an RPT rule, and it goes on from there, and it finishes up referencing an SRAC meeting. My question, my point of inquiry is, when it says any amendment to an RPT rule, in the first and second line, is that referring to an amendment that the SREC has made?
Under temporary and emergency, correct. Or I would read that to be, number 1, any amendment made under temporary and emergency changes. Number 2, anything that's made to a permanent state executive committee role.
But not what we're doing in this.
No, SREC can't touch that. We report to the convention. We don't report to the SREC.
Okay.
Even if the SREC is 11 of us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Vanderlyn, let me bring Mike.
I think this is a grammatical change or formatting change. In the event of a roll call vote, should move slightly to the left and line up with, you have to go all the way back here to A.
We'll fix the margin without correction. Anything else on 7? No. Paragraph it actually, and then bring it left. Here, see the paper version. I go back to the paper version. Yeah, we'll fix it. Just maybe put a bracket and say move it left later. Flag it for that. Okay, we're on 7. Ms. Hagler.
Ready for 8.
You are ready for 8. She's jumping at 8. Okay. Ms. Hagler is recognized for an amendment to Rule 8.
Mr. Chairman, Kathy Hagler, Senate District 21. I would like to make a change to current rule number 8K. My motion is to delete 8K in its entirety.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. You may speak to your motion, Ms. Hagler.
Okay, so first of all, if you look at 8M and 8N, we already have some measures there for disciplinary actions and censure actions. Number 2, the SREC and the county chairs are not a parent-child relationship. The SREC has no more authority over rogue county chairs than the RNC has over rogue SREC members. The state and county parties have legally binding relationships in elections and conventions, but not every aspect of all their duties. Number 3, if there is no remedy for SRACs who misbehave, then the SRACs have no grounds to remedy a chair who misbehaves. Number 4, elections have consequences. You live with whoever got elected until the next election, until they move out of the district, resign, or die. SRACs are elected every 2 years, and county chairs are elected every 2 years, and we have to learn how to live with those results. Number 5, if a party officer breaks the law, Texas Election Code 161.009, it allows a enforceable writ of mandamus in the same manner as if the party officer were a public officer. I would say that there's many county chairs across the state who've been highly offended by 8K, and I've also talked to SRAC members who have said, you know what, they tried to enforce this, they brought it to us, and there wasn't a single thing we could do besides put our arm around them and say, oh, I'm so sorry, but they have no authority to do anything. So I was here on the Rules Committee last year, or 2 years ago, when we created 8K, and it's because there were county chairs that they were trying to figure out what do you do with them when they misbehave. Well, we found out this was a bad fix. So I tried to figure out how to reword it to make it good, and you just can't. So I'm just asking us to delete it in its entirety.
Thank you, Ms. Hagler. Someone else to speak on Hagler mode. Mr. York, go.
So, Mr. Daniel, you're SD4. We used this 8K in my county this past election cycle. We passed bylaws as required by the Texas Election Code with the county executive committee, with a heavy majority, clear majority. The county chair said, I do not honor those bylaws, I will not abide by them. I'm not turning over the funds to the new treasurer elected. We filed the 8K complaint. He said the Republican Party of Texas has no authority over me. We've had a division now for 2 years because the county chair would not abide by the county executive committee's decisions and by the bylaws that we passed. Elections do have consequences. This, I agree with you, does not have teeth. That's agreed. It doesn't have teeth. However, it does provide a means by which the county executive committee can signal to the electorate and to the constituents that something's wrong. In our case, we had a county chair who'd been there for 55 years and joined in a pact with Joe Strauss to get $500,000 to Democrats. We needed something to signal to the electorates, hey, something's wrong here. And that county chair did not file for re-election and is gone, thank goodness, in the next election cycle. 8K does not have teeth, but the point of it is not to have teeth, I don't believe. The point of it is to send a political message when you have a rogue county chair, like they had in Jackson County. When things go awry, how does the county executive committee have a means to say, as a body, acting together, you can pass a censure and do things like that. But the county executive committee needs a way to signal to the electorate and to signal to the media that something's awry. So I ask you not strike this committee.
And let's alternate proponents, opponents. So can I see, because I know we'll probably have, can I get a proponent of the Hagler? Mr. Barcroft. Oh, sorry, you can pass it.
Now, keep your seat.
Mr. Chairman, as a county chairman myself, I'd love to speak in favor of this striking of 8K. In the example we were just provided, the only one that resolved that situation ultimately was Chairman Wally Wilkerson. He was the only one that could. You know, I'll never forget the night that we had the executive session to determine what we were going to do or what we were going to recommend to the state chairman for Wally Wilkerson. I was standing outside my in-laws' house doing this conference call till 11:30 o'clock at night. And luckily, it concluded just in time for me to walk in the house and be with my family as my father-in-law passed away. So we ate up several hours trying to figure out how to proceed. And of course, it was an executive session, so I can't go into details. But prior to 8K, if an executive committee had an issue with a chair, they would elevate that to the state chairman. I know, because I was one of the people that was dispatched throughout the state to become a mediator between the grievance parties. There were several of us that were dispatched throughout the state to try to handle it at a local level with the least amount of press, because who wants to air dirty laundry? And we usually had very good results. And if we couldn't solve it at a local level, we escalated ourselves to the state level. So of course, that in that model, it freed up the state to focus on big things like beating Democrats and winning elections. So before 8K, there was a vehicle. People, trust me, it never stopped anybody from complaining about anything to the state chair or state party. And we handled it and we got it done. 8K, at least in my opinion, was written for Carl Gustafson out of Galveston. It was trying to legislate leadership. And the person that wrote this 8K, we agreed last convention to get rid of it. We were lined up at the microphones, ready to go. We were going to get rid of it because the actual fix is in election code, not rules. And then, of course, the rules were suspended before we could do anything, and the rules were adopted without any debate whatsoever. We've tried to get rid of it since. It's not written professionally. It's vague. There is no such thing as remedy. We're not third graders. So as far as misbehaving, that's not very professional. So I hope that we understand that there's a better way to do this. There's a different place to address it. And this current language needs to be stricken as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barcroft. And although I'm not required to alternate, just given the gravity of the question, I'm doing my best to alternate. So someone to speak against. I'll take Mr. Larson, and I'll put Ms. Vanderlyn next in the line.
Yeah, I'd like to speak a little bit to the history.
Can y'all hear? Let me get microphone to Mr. Larson. Come to me, Mr. Larson.
I'd like to speak a little bit to the history of this because I remember it a little differently. I do recall this originally came into our platform in 2016, and it was a response to the person who had been elected county chairman in Travis County. And that's probably where some of the original language came from. Because of the situation in Galveston and elsewhere, there was a big push in some parts of the party to strengthen 8K. That was presented in 2018, and simultaneously, well, within a few minutes, two things happened. First, the effort to strengthen and put teeth in it, more teeth than it had, which it had more teeth than it does now. The effort to put even more teeth in it was ruled out of order for the reason that it was considered to conflict with the Texas Election Code. We did not have that debate because it was ruled out of order. And then just a couple of motions later down the road, that 8K was stricken completely. It was then added back in the permanent committee. As far as an agreement, the only agreement I am aware of was an agreement to debate it at the microphones on the floor, which unfortunately was cut off by the actions of a person who really didn't care about the rules debate and wanted to get on with the business of the convention at the time. Since then, we've had even more trouble with the one or two rogue county chairs that seem to pop up in a state that has 254 counties. And there's been yet another attempt to use it and defend it and remove it. There was also another motion between conventions in the SREC to invoke the power of the SREC in an emergency situation to remove the rule, which of course failed. This leads us to where we are today. In addition, we have testimony today on the manner of dealing with county chairs that cause a problem. It's needed. If anything, we should look at what more teeth we could put into it. We should look at perhaps cleaning up the language, but I would point out that the same push to remove the teeth in the language is now morphed into let's remove it completely. If we did the same thing to our criminal law, we would first remove the penalties for crimes and then just take them off the books. And for that reason, I don't think we should be striking this. I think we should be improving it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. I did notice someone popped up on the suggestions to speak. Let's get through the members of the committee, and then I might move for that person to speak. So I took an opponent. Let me take a proponent, Mr. Dwayne Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was actually in the conversation at convention when this all came up. And, you know, we deal with perception. Everybody knows that. And there is a little bit of a rift. A lot of the county chairs, you can ask any of the county chairs in here. There are a lot of county chairs that when you ask them, what do you want from the party? What do you expect from the party? What is it, you know, what do you want? Because I've asked, what's the tangible thing that you want? And bar none, they say respect, okay? 171.029 of the Texas Election Code already establishes penalties for violation of statutory duties. The attorneys in here know about preemption and all that. We are governed by Robert's Rules of Orders, Texas Election Code, and rules of the RPT. If you had to organize those in a way of most important to least important, I would recommend that the Texas Election Code is probably at the top. So if it already has something, it's like the law that you should go to the specific versus the vague in construction. It would seem to me that having that there would be good. My compatriot over here spoke about political signaling. You know, the governor called for the resignation of one of the chairs. A lot of chairs were not happy about that. We expect our chairman to be professional and be the executive for their county and their county board. How can we reasonably expect them to be that way if every time we turn around we try to micromanage and treat them like children? The word misbehave, I use that for my grandkids. Just the language was very abrasive in the conception of it. I stayed up till 3 a.m. after the rule passed, working with the drafters, the original drafters, just to change some of the wording. And it's hard as a county chair to not feel singled out when Texas Election Code says, and I quote, county chair and precinct chair. And then we take and decide we're going to put some teeth in it and we're going to send some political signals, but only to the county chairs. So putting somebody else's shoes on and what they do and all the work for election codes, having to go do administrative checks at all these precincts, fill these alternate judge spots, everything that a county chair does, how can they not be offended to be singled out and be a second-class elected official? Because I can tell you now, I've had a bad county judge. And it took a couple of felonies and the Board of Judicial Review to remove him. And I would submit that a county judge can wreak way more havoc than a rogue county chair. We can be upset about it. Nobody knows this, but when I took office, I ran for office. The prior county chair eradicated all the funds out of our account, locked up our headquarters. We had to get an alternate headquarters because he tied up the lease. There's all kinds of legal stuff. And instead of pursuing that and sending political signals and doing all of these things, you know what we did? We got out the vote and we flipped our county. It had been Democrat since its inception. And instead, we came together as a united group, and instead of attacking the county chair, taking him to court and all of that, you said, you know what, let's use the resources and the power of what we've got in our hands and what we can do for November. And that's what we did. And that's what we can do. But if we consistently keep nipping and chipping at the county chairs, I'm sorry, I hate that that's happened in these counties, but it happened in mine too, and we took a different path. And we were able to flip a county. And it's known, all Breitbart, you can look the articles up, you can Google it right now. But what we did, it was a big deal. And this is a pivotal moment when we can make the decision whether we're going to support our teammates and maybe pull them to the side and say, hey, man, you're messing up. I had relationships with the Galveston County chair. I asked him to resign. And he did. So let's build some relationships instead of tearing them down with these rules.
Let me get everyone who hasn't spoken once, and then we can go around a second time. Anyone to speak against? Ms. Hedke. Can y'all hear Ms. Hedke?
Want me to use the mic?
Yeah, you carry pretty well, but I don't know about Fred Tate's side of the room.
I'm going to use the mic anyway because the camera picks up the mic better than your voices do.
Okay, so I was at the SREC meeting where 8K was used with Wally Wilkerson, and I streamed the phone call following that, listening to him completely defy what the SREC was telling him was the plain rules of the party. That's not the kind of thing that a mediation attempt resolves. I absolutely believe that using Rule 8K was a huge court of public opinion move that helped substantially in deciding that this guy was not going to run for office. We saw that a little bit with our Rule 44 with Strauss and Cook. Censures and this kind of thing are very helpful to the grassroots. Sometimes you can flip a county, sometimes you can't. Each county needs different tools at its disposal. And this is a tool that was used, it was used effectively in that particular county. I tend to think this is more of a Rule 44 thing. I think everything that's in 8K can pretty much be picked up in Rule 44 without singling out any officials. So I would urge people to consider that. I would be in favor of striking this if there were assurances and a consensus among the body that nobody's going to try to ditch Rule 44. We have a lot of counties that are using that and using it successfully. So I'd like for y'all to keep that in mind. Moving forward, we have rules that kind of converge, but I would really hate to strike Rule 8K only to see Rule 44 ditched also, and our counties have no ability to respond to different situations. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Liccardi, did you want to speak for? Okay, so do I have a for? Ms. Thomas? Did I skip over you, Ms. Vanderlyn? I'll come back to you. My apologies. Big room, I sometimes miss people.
Leslie Thomas, SD 23. 2 years ago, I was also on this body when we decided to pass 8K. I think we
put it back on during the permanent committee. And we had very compassionate votes back and forth. And since then, on the SREC Rules Committee, which I was on, we had very passionate discussion on this rule. Now, I'm in favor of striking this, and I'm changing my position in this respect. The misbehavior in office and misbehaved in office language, one of the things that compelled me was that is very, it's very unprofessional for us to talk about our county chairs. Our county chairs are elected, and they serve at no cost. They don't get a salary. They're volunteers, and they do a tremendous amount of work. And so, as a grassroots person, I agree that we should mobilize and remove that person through the voting process. And when you do that, you make the county stronger with the Republicans. If you have a small group that does this, what you're doing is just creating controversy and ill feelings, and it doesn't strengthen the community. So that's why I am changing from supporting this from 2 years ago to supporting striking it and going the grassroots route.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Mr. Liccardi, were you against?
Oh, were you against?
Were you against?
Will you yield to Ms. Carter? Thank you.
Okay. I hear what you're saying, Mr. Wright, and I heard what you said 2 years ago. And I think I understand a little better today what your position is. I'm not sure that I totally am opposed to that position, but I am passionate about holding people accountable. And I have to say, as a volunteer in the southern part of Harris County, flipping anything when the number of Republicans can be held in one hand is just, it's impossible. I mean, you'd have to be a wealthy person and could do stuff all day long, every day. And so I'm interested in the penalties in the Texas Election Code, but until I can see something better, then I want to leave this in.
I'd like to speak for.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderlyn. Ms. Kent, speaking for.
Sandra Kent, SD 18. I'm speaking for striking Rule 8K. I'm also a member of TRCCA. I'm Region 10 Director. I've got 21 counties. I speak to my chairmen on a regular basis. They're offended. Y'all might think this is a great tool, but they are volunteers. $300 every 2 years. I spent a lot more than that just today. So you want to keep the volunteers, and yes, you can flip those counties. I know you think it's impossible, but it can be done. It takes a lot of work, a lot of dedication, and a lot of people really with the heart to do it. But if we're called out constantly, we're not going to have the heart to do it. And half of my 21 counties, sorry to bring this up, Jack, but they were threatening not to rejoin TRCCA because they don't feel like they get the support. They worry about getting the training from RPT. How about we train them, we support them, let's not call them out.
Low battery, please charge.
Thank you, Ms. Kent. That was a 4. Do I hear an against? Mr. Liccardi or Mr.
Thank you. Craig Liccardi, SD1. I'll try to be brief and spare you all the gory details of the nightmare that our county endured. I heard some things here just a minute ago by several speakers that I respect, where a county chairman should be professional. should do the job effectively to represent the county, should do an extraordinary amount of work. I agree with all of that. But what do you do when your county chair abdicates his position? What do you do when he refuses to answer the phone? When he refuses to answer an email or a text? What do you do when he won't call a meeting? What do you do when he doesn't give an organizational meeting? What do you do when he doesn't?
What do you do when he doesn't keep any financial records?
Mike, battery on.
Keep going, Greg. Check. Great. Sometimes it'll work. Check. Check. What do you do when you have somebody that doesn't do the job? That's why 171.029 is in the state legislative code to hold somebody accountable who is quitting their job and not doing what they're supposed to do. We had bills that didn't get paid for months at a time. We almost lost our facility, almost lost our lease because the rent was 4 months behind. Our phones were disconnected in the middle of the 2018 senatorial race with Ted Cruz. We had financial irregularities. We had checks being paid to family members with no receipts. We had all kinds of irregularities. We had a county chair that left the country and didn't communicate with anyone, left nothing in place to get the bills paid. We passed resolution after resolution after resolution with special meetings. We passed a resolution that said that his wife needs to turn the checkbook over to our finance committee chairman so he could pay the bills. Never happened. Refused to do it. We had a county chair that opened up a special office that ignored the entire executive committee, the entire group of people who were hired by the county voters to be the Republican Party of our county, and ignored the entire executive committee and had unelected people that were in an electoral office. They were breaking electoral rule. The election code. Thank you. They were breaking. We had a primary administrator signing for the county chairman in the county chairman's spot. We had preventing citizens from and the precinct chairs actually from exercising oversight, where the legislature has stated the executive committee is supposed to have oversight over the conduct of the primary election. We were prevented from having any kind of oversight because they wouldn't provide us any information. They wouldn't provide us copies. They wouldn't let us see things. It was breaking the law. It was breaking the rules, and we need something with teeth in it. Now, I understand, and I agree, calling it misbehavior does sound kind of juvenile. We can tweak some of the language. But I think this thing needs to stay in. It needs to have more teeth in it. And I also think, on the flip side of that, it doesn't need to be a simple majority. It needs to be raised to at least a 2/3. Because if you've got, in our case, where you had 40 out of 44 precinct chairs all come together and say, hey, we got a problem here, to the point where we followed the rules, we followed 171.029, Chairman Dickey sent us an email and said, okay, the office is vacant, pick somebody else. Then all of a sudden he shows up and he decides, hey, I'm still here, hey, I'm still in charge, hey, everything's wonderful, and it wasn't. And he got a second chance because he didn't check his mailbox, and he got the letter, and he said, no, everything's fine. And our elections were absolute chaos because they ended up using our taxpayer dollars to run a primary office, to run out of all our precincts, over half of them had people running against them, trying to flip the executive committee and boot everybody out. And they were using our taxpayer-funded resources to do so. And they were lying to them. We had a number of people who filed their paperwork because they were told the seats were empty. No, they weren't empty. They actually ended up withdrawing afterwards. I'm telling you, there were, and what made me as bad as somebody being locked out. Actually, we did get the locks changed on us, and they wouldn't give us keys for quite a while. Long story short, sorry for being so long-winded about it. We need to keep this in there. We need to strengthen it, make it stronger for those rare occasions where you've got
a rogue county chair who is advocating. Most of the time, you do have county chairs who are professional, who care about the job, who care about what they're doing, and yeah, you've got some disagreements here and there, right, on different policies or whatever. That's fine. You can still all work together if you're all working together. When you're not working together, there is a legislative remedy and there's a rule remedy to deal with that, and we don't need to throw it in the trash can.
I'll be really short. A majority of our precinct chairs, the argument, you've got two county chairmen defending Mr. Wilkinson. That's what it is. Mr. Barcroft.
I recognize Mr. Barcroft.
Is it for or against?
It should be for.
Yes, sir. Is anyone else who said the motion is to strike, right?
Is there anyone who would you mind? Okay, couple things. We are coming up on clock, so.
Michael Burks wants to
But
speak.
I'll take a 4, and then we'll come back to you. Just to keep the flow going.
Point of information.
We'll take a 4, and then we'll take Mr. Ure, and then we need to watch the clock here. So, Mr. Berkeley, you're recognized.
Can we let delegates testify?
The question's been called.
I think we're going to get through. Let's take
Question was
Mr.
called.
Bergman. Mr. Bergman, you're
Call the
recognized.
question, sir. Can we call the question? We've had substantial debate.
It's in order.
The call for question has to be while another speaker.
Non-debatable. All those in favor of moving the previous question, raise hands.
Can we discuss this?
No, it's not debatable.
Not debatable. Get a couple of seconds. 13. All those opposed to moving the previous question? (13 to 9) lacks a sufficient 2/3, so debate will continue.
Point of information.
You're recognized.
Can we have delegates testify?
We can. I'm going to recognize. We were alternating, but we don't have to alternate. I did cut Mr. Ure off for intervening motion, and so I'm going to take Mr. Ure, and then if someone wants to move delegate testimony, I want everyone to be heard. I know this is an important topic. I did my best to alternate, and I think we did get a mix of both, so I'm going to recognize Mr. Ure.
Rule 44 and 171.029 are essentially nuclear options. We need an interim. The perception's bad. I agree with Mr. Wright. The perception is bad. And the perception cuts the other way, too. A majority of the precinct chairs in our county became frustrated with the county chair's management of our county. And I promise you, if you were there, you would have too. The grassroots in our county was opposed to it. The majority of the precinct chairs. This was not something that would have been solved by mediation, and it's not something you want to, sometimes you don't want to go directly to the nuclear option. If you're worried about singling out county chairs, add the precinct chairs too. By all means, we need accountability for everyone across the board. The SREC, when they heard what happened with Mr. Wilkerson, they voted almost unanimously that he had committed behavior designed to disgrace the Republican Party in office. In the middle of a meeting, because he didn't like the bylaws, he walked out. He did that twice. In the middle of a county executive meeting. This was not a case where you could pull him to the side and say, come on, please, come on. He sat, and I heard him. I was on the call with James Dickey, and you've heard people testify. He defied them and said, the Republican Party of Texas rules don't apply to me. I will not abide by them. What do? We need an interim thing before going full nuclear. It's just like with my children. I don't immediately disown them when they do something wrong. I do something to try and bring them along. And that's what we do. And indeed, the fact that we had the AK is what helped us, so he's not running again after 55 years as the county chair. Please do not vote to strike this. If you want to strengthen it, if you want to tweak the language, great. But give the grassroots a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. York. Coming up on 10 minutes to the SREC meeting, a spoke to Vice Chairman Wright, and he is of the opinion that we can take a brief break and resume testimony, and it will be in order to hear, I see on the spreadsheet that Mr. Stutz wants to speak on AK. That's something that I think when the committee comes back, very likely to be heard. So, and Sean Byers wants to speak on it too? Okay. I'll have Mr. Wright note that, and we're going to try to take some delegate testimony after the break. SREC members are advised that the meeting is in 10 minutes. Yes, sir.
All right. We have a motion on the floor that we're going to dispense.
The recess would outrank the, so, if there's no objection, what did you want for a recess to get people resettled, and do you have a suggestion on time? Well, 5, 10?
Since I was part of the testimony back and forth, I don't know that it would be proper for me to preside over.
Objection.
Yeah.
Point of order, yeah.
I mean, I've testified on stuff in a committee. It's proper for the chair to have an opinion. If you need to turn it over to someone else, if you feel like you cannot be impartial on the rulings. But, I think, anyway, the discussion was that testimony would be taken during the bulk of the time when SREC is in session. Mr. McDonald, and then I'll take Mr. McCarty.
SB6, I move that we recess at 7 for the SREC meeting to reconvene at 9 p.m. if the SREC meeting is completed. If it's not completed, we'll reconvene at 8 tomorrow morning.
Can we do 6:52 since 6:52, and then you want to come back at 9:30?
No.
Or you want to reassess at 9:30?
No, here's this. I move that we recess at this time for SREC meeting, that we come back to order at 9 if the SREC meeting is completed.
Point of inquiry, didn't we already go through this?
We recess, we return at 8 a.m.
I don't know that we formalized the time certain,
We're
so
formalizing it
that
now.
was still hanging.
Well,
I
no,
was
we
just gonna
had
recess
talked
and
about
keep it-
this before.
I was
Didn't
gonna
we agree?
recess and keep it
Voted on
going, but, we've had progress, so I think a motion to change the terms of the recess is in order. So Mr. McDonald wants to recess, as soon as we get through the motion, come back to order at 9.
If the SREC is complete, if not, the recess is until 8 in the morning.
So a conditional recess, did everyone understand that? And I'll take, before we vote on it, I'll hear Ms. Hedke, I think you might have a point.
I was going to ask if we could table this motion to a time certain and pick it up in the morning.
We have a, just looking at the ranking here.
Postpone. What?
Are you talking about the motion on 8K or the motion
On
Hang on.
We'll take it up first thing when we come back in the morning.
Yeah, because in the meantime, Chris, we want to be working on other things.
Let's have order, please.
It's automatically suspended by the recess, so we have to finish it.
The motion to recess outranks, so let's get through the motion to recess, the additional motion to recess. The motion is to recess now, to call back to order at 9. If the SREC is done.
No.
Did I get that wrong, Mr. McDonald?
You're correct.
And if the SREC has not come back to order by 9:30, then the committee stands in recess until 8 a.m. tomorrow. Is that correct?
I was just thinking 9 is the full recess.
Oh, no, so there's no 9:30.
We recessed at 8.
Okay, so that's a motion, proper motion. Is there a second? Let's see if that's debatable. Not debatable. All those in favor of the complex motion to recess, raise hands. All those opposed, now raise hands. The ayes have it, and we are in conditional recess.
We staff, for convenience of our guests, if y'all could pull up the YouTube or live stream of our meeting as they requested to watch it.
Great, so committee stands in recess, 6:54 p.m.